heard and considered in governance processes. Furthermore, focusing on the collective well-being of the people ensures that governance is aligned with the needs and rights of all South Africans, fostering a more transparent and accountable state. This conference aims to address these critical areas and enhance the capacity for good governance. In our country, we are fortunate to have in the oversight and accountability institutions led by two capable women, the Speaker of the National Assembly as well as the chairperson of the NCOP. And it is in true sense that without them, even us as accountability bodies, constitutional institutions, we would not have the support that we are having, as we know that it is Parliament that passes the laws. And it is these laws that shape the work that we do, our mandates, and even as we seek to develop these mandates, it is the support of these two houses that we require. And even on the impact of our work, it is the support of these two houses that we require. Now, by strengthening oversight and compliance, it is then critical that we work hand in hand as oversight and accountability bodies. We will also seek, therefore, to strengthen the capacity and capabilities of our own institutions, because if we do not have those capabilities and abilities, we would then not be able to have the necessary integrity to be impactful in society. Once again, allow me to welcome you all at this conference, which really for us, Madam Speaker and Chairperson of the NCOP, it is a tester conference. Public Protector South Africa is turning 30 years in 2025, and we will be hosting a world conference from the 3rd to the 5th of October, which really would also seek to take further these discussions and test them against the practices of the world. I say without any fear of contradiction that South Africa has one of the best accountability and transparency mechanisms in the world. Part of the work that we do as the public protector is to share our best practices of sectoral ombudsman, which many countries are still grappling with. And therefore, it is indeed our constitutional mechanism that we pride ourselves with, that we should continue to pride ourselves with. Hence, it is critical that we sit together, put our minds together, and say, where to from here, in line with our constitution, in further strengthening our constitutional democracy. I thank you.
Thank you, Public Protector, for that wonderful, heartfelt welcome, the backdrop shared, and of course, the wonderful intention. I am definitely here for next year. I'm just a phone call away. Don't stress, I'm here. We will now receive a message of support from Mr. Ngola, who is the National Assembly Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Allow us to greet you all, Speaker. We see the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Public Protector and your team. Unfortunately, at this point, we don't have a deputy. So anyone can avail himself or herself here in the house. Really, that is dark here. Thank you very much for allowing us to give a message of support in this very august occasion, which speaks about a very important phenomenon of accountability. That everyone accounts for his or her actions. Our constitution provides for a system of separation of powers, what is popularly known as the doctrine of separation of powers. It is basically checking the unfettered exercise of the executive power by making the executive accountable to an elected legislature through oversight. Ultimately, the system ensures that the executive is accountable to the people of South Africa for the way it governs. Despite legislative oversight being a constitutional requirement, poor performance, maladministration, and a lack of accountability in various government institutions is prevalent. Compliance failures often point to corruption, which runs contrary to accountability and the rule of law, because it undermines governance, diminishes public trust in the credibility of the state, and threatens the ethics of government and society. For this reason, compliance failures require scrutiny. Unfortunately, the lack of effective accountability in the public sector seriously constrains sustainable economic development and affected service delivery in South Africa. The term oversight refers to the role of legislatures in monitoring and reviewing the actions of the executive and encompasses a wide range of activities carried out by Parliament. According to Parliament Oversight and Accountability Model, oversight functions is to detect and prevent abuse, arbitrary behavior, or illegal and unconstitutional conduct on the part of government and public agencies. Hold government to account in respect of how the taxpayers' money is used. We're doing oversight over the executive on behalf of the people of South Africa. To ensure that policies announced by government and authorized by Parliament are delivered, this function includes monitoring the achievement of goals set by legislation and the government's own programs, improve the transparency of government operations, and enhance public trust in the government, which is itself a condition of effective policy delivery. Accountability, on the other hand, refers to giving an account of the way assigned responsibilities are carried out, accounting for spending and the use of resources. Accountability requires justification for decisions or actions against criteria of some kind. Importantly, accountability is not limited to public expenditure, but includes reporting on the progress, performance, failures, successes, actual versus targeted performances, and on the general exercise of authority. To enhance the integrity of public governance, to safeguard government against corruption, nepotism, abuse of power, and other forms of inappropriate behavior, as an institutional arrangement to effect democratic control, to improve performance, which will foster institutional learning and service delivery, to assure public confidence in government and bridge the gap between the governed and the government, and ensure public confidence in government, to enable the public to judge the performance of their own government. Oversight is a component of good governance. It is therefore critical that Parliament institutions are effective in this regard. If a legislature is weak in discharging its oversight functions, the executive becomes dominant, posing a serious threat to democratic principles. Speaker would recall what the Zondo Commission said about the work of Parliament and what happens when the work of Parliament is weakened. We're saying if the work of Parliament is weakened, it means the executive will dominate the space and more abuses will be inevitable. Minister won't allow you at this time, at least the speaker is here. We won't allow you to dominate. We are going to hold you into account properly. Different oversight bodies fulfill distinctive oversight functions in accordance with their specific mandates. However, the Constitution gives the National Assembly the central role in oversight of the national executive. The NCOP's oversight role complements the role of the National Assembly because it is focused on the relationship between the spheres of government. Parliament is mandated by the Constitution to exercise oversight over the executive and to hold it accountable. Several sections apply, but with reference to the National Assembly, Section 42, subsection 3 of the Constitution provides The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people, understand the Constitution. It does this by choosing the president, by providing a national forum for public consideration of issues, by passing legislation, and scrutinizing and overseeing executive action. Furthermore, Section 55, subsection 2, there's the National Assembly to provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it and to maintain oversight of the exercise of national executive authority and any organ of state. Parliament has various mechanisms to fulfill its oversight and accountability mandates, including questions, plenary debates, and a large part of its program focuses on consideration, approval of the annual budget, and the assessment of performance and spending during the budget review, recommendation report. Speaker, I want to pause a little bit. Some would think that what we do there is a point of order, Speaker. See, we've just explained now the importance of the institution of Parliament to play and safeguard the interests of the public, to ensure that the executive is there. The point of order issues are just side shows. Leave them to us. Fortunately, the speaker and the chairperson of the NSOP are here. They deal with that kind decisively. We've got a lot of parliament structures, which I won't dwell much on. We've got a lot of legislative frameworks that we benchmark on that determine and guide the work of Parliament to exercise this accountability program. I think, Speaker, let's not steal the show as Parliament. We are still coming as well. We are here to support your program, Public Protector. We have always supported the PPSA, but our support has always been conditional. We support you when you do right. When you don't do right, we don't support you. That's why we have always said, as an accountability body, we support the entities that report to the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. But our support to them is conditional. We support you, we may not support you next month, support you that other months and stuff. It depends on your behavior and your performance and the spending. The spending is very important. Always emphasize on the spending. The Speaker leads us, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. They lead us to approve budgets for all government entities. We approve those budgets, expecting you to use those available funds. So we take serious exception to when money is there, it's not used, because the actual implication when it's not used, it means services have not been delivered to the people. We are the guardians of the people of South Africa. So PP and your stakeholders in attendance here, we're here to support you. We wish you all the best. Unfortunately, Speaker, will spend only today here in the program, would have indicated the PP. We still have interviews starting tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday. So we'll leave later on. Part of those interviews is the Deputy Public Protector. Thank you very much, Program Tarek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngola. We also would like to welcome and acknowledge Mr. Nelson Mufa, who is the UN country representative with us. All right, so we are going to swiftly move along with our program for the morning. The Minister of Public Service and Administration, Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, is here. And he will be sharing with us his remarks on professionalized and performing state institutions as the core of basic delivery, oversight, and compliance. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, my sister program director. I think I must first declare that I'm not at all backwards, because every person who came here had their laptops and then their electronic gadgets, so I'm only coming with a piece of paper. That doesn't suggest anything, please. Also, allow me, program director, to stand on the protocol that we have already established in the interest of time. And I saw the chairperson of the portfolio committee here bragging, saying that he's going to exercise an oversight on me. I'm not sure whether he was trying to intimidate me, but if it was, Honorable Chair, I just use those resources elsewhere, because we'll never found anything as far as I'm concerned, because I'm not accountable to yourself. I'm accountable to the following people that I'm going to mention here. That's my own kids and grandkids and their future. I hope you heard that. So what do I mean by that? Honestly speaking, I'm accounting to them and their future. It's because everything that I do in this space, first and foremost, I was born to public service, Honorable Speaker, by the virtue of being a prince. So for me, serving my fellow South Africans is what I was born for. Therefore, the kind of government or government institutions that I'm contributing every day to build is the one that will do the following. First and foremost, I don't have what you call a, what is this policy? A life, what you call it? Life cover, yes. I don't have that. Someone will say that's a very stupid, what you call decision. No, that is what propels me to excel in everything I do, because this state that we are building should be able to take care of myself when the time comes that I'm unable to assist myself. So I'm building a future that will be able to take care of my kids, even if I'm no longer there, because I'll depart this planet before they do. So I must create an institution that will be able to take care of them. That's what drives me every day. And I dare not falter on that commitment that I've made. So all my endeavor, Chairperson, seeks to achieve that. Then you see what I mean if I say I'm not accounting to you. It's indeed, Prime Director, a privilege to remark on this gathering of leaders, experts, and practitioners who are committed to strengthen the foundation of good governance in South Africa. I must extend my gratitude to Advocate Talega for her remark that set a firm tone for our discourse today. As we are deliberating on the role of oversight and compliance bodies, we are reminded of the professionalized and performing state institutions that are not only the bedrock of service delivery, but also a guardian of our democracy. It's therefore critical to reflect on the state's role in meeting the needs of our people, particularly a society as diverse and dynamic as ours. Our citizens entrust us with the sacred duty to ensure public resources and institutions serve their needs equitably, transparently, and effectively. Oversight bodies such as the Office of the Public Protector, Parliament Chapter 9 institutions and Chapter 10, and other ombudsman offices embody the principles of accountability and ethical leadership. These are not just abstract entities, but they are engines that drive hopes and aspirations of millions of South Africans who rely on their effectiveness for basic services, economic empowerment, and social justice. This Office of the Public Protector exemplifies this essence of oversight in its ability to hold the state to account and reinforce the trust between government and its citizens. Where we as government leaders must support such institutions and ensure that they have resources and independence necessary to fulfill their mandate without fear or favor. Your work as the Office of Public Protector safeguards the right of South Africans in ensuring that state institutions operate within the bounds of legality and fairness. While on the other hand, compliance is the backbone of the process and not merely about adherence to rules, but about fostering a culture of responsibility where institutions prioritize the public good over personal gain. The relationship between oversight and compliance is fundamental to the performance of state institutions and realization of our development goals. So in order to build a capable and development state, we must prioritize professionalization in our institutions. This entails implementation of competency-based recruitment processes, continuous training, and establishment of ethical leadership across all government. Professionalization, Honorable Chairperson, in that context will ensure that those entrusted with public responsibility serve with integrity, competence, and unwavering focus on the needs of our people. Department of Public Service Administration has been working to embody these principles into our public service framework to ensure delivery of quality public goods and services. To achieve this, it's therefore essential to attract and retain quality public servants who are committed to rendering excellent services. This approach will undoubtedly restore the public sector to its esteemed status as a noble employer of choice. However, these efforts extend beyond state institutions, as we must also strengthen private sector compliance through entities like Tax Ombudsman, Press Ombudsman, and Ombudsman for Banking Services. Their role in upholding accountability and protecting citizens' rights complements the work of public oversight bodies, thus creating a holistic compliance ecosystem. Advocate Balega and esteemed guests, building a developmental state requires collaboration between government, oversight institutions, civil society, and private sector. And conferences such as this one provide a critical platform for sharing best practices, mapping out actionable solutions. Therefore, a key outcome of this conference must be the development of a blueprint that enhances oversight and compliance measures. This blueprint will guide us in addressing systematic inefficiencies, empowering citizens to engage with ombudsman institutions, and ensure that state institutions constantly meet their constitutional obligation. Ladies and gentlemen, the true measure of a government lies in its ability to deliver. Performing state institutions are a cornerstone of a responsive governance. Yet performance is not solely about meeting targets, but about achieving outcomes that enhance the quality of life for all citizens, especially the most vulnerable. A true responsive government is one that creates a society where all citizens confidently agree in unison and say the vision of an ideal government is fulfilled, because they can see that government institutions are created and maintained to promote and protect human dignity and also individual pursuit of happiness. We must adapt innovative approach to service delivery by leveraging technology to streamline processes, enhance access, and improve efficiency. The role of partnership with the private sector, civil society, and global stakeholders cannot be overstated in ensuring sustainable and impactful service delivery. Likewise, ethical leadership is the cornerstone of professional and performing state, in such that oversight bodies must model the values they seek to enforce, fostering a culture of trust and respect for the rule of law. Ubuntu values, which are being rooted in communities, compassion and mutual respect, should guide our oversight practices and ensure we remain people-centered and contextually relevant. In closure, I call upon all of us to reflect on the immense responsibility we bear as stewards of public trust. Let this conference be a catalyst for innovation, collaboration, and accountability. Together, we can build a South Africa where every citizen benefits from transparent, capable, and developmental state. I thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you, Minister. A heartfelt gratitude for your very inspiring and insightful words shared here this morning. I would like to ask that as you are sharing that you hashtag accountability, hashtag compliance, and hashtag oversight bodies. All right, we are joined by Mr. Fulgencio Garrido Rui, who is the Deputy Ambassador of the European Union to the Republic of South Africa. and he will be speaking on the role of the EU in promoting and strengthening democratic institutions. A round of applause, please, as he comes.
I said to the program director that she pronounced my name beautifully, and she really did. Thank you. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didisa, Minister of Public Service and Administration, His Excellency Nkosi Msamo Buthelezi, Public Protector, Advocate Koleka Kaleka, distinguished participants, a good morning to you all. It is an honor to address you today. First of all, let me thank the Public Protector and her team for your kind invitation to the European Union. Your work and that of similar oversight institutions in South Africa deserves our unwavering support to foster a culture where accountability is expected and valued. The matter that is bringing us today together could not be more timely. It could not be more relevant either. This year has been labeled the Year of Democracy. 3.7 billion people across the world in 72 countries are being called to the polls. This is a celebration and a reminder of something that we share together, that power belongs to the people. They set the direction of travel, and they can confirm it or change it every time that they are called to the polls. But democracy is under strain. Our democratic systems and institutions are under attack. The Global Risk Report, published last July, identifies misinformation and disinformation as the bigger threats, not only because they diminish trust, exacerbate political polarization, and feed geopolitical tensions, but also because they reduce the space for countries and societies to collaborate to tackle fundamental issues like inequalities, like climate change, or like digitalization. Distinguished guests, the European Union and South Africa are strategic partners on a wide range of issues, from trade to investments to peace and security to multilateralism. But what forms the basis of our partnership is our shared commitment to democratic values, to the rule of law, and to human rights. Our shared belief that strong institutions are the bedrock of democracy and are integral to stability and to economic growth. To nurture this commitment, the European Union collaborates on a number of programs with South Africa to strengthen legislative and oversight processes. They are built on one premise, that the power and vitality of our democracies hinges on the quality and the strength of the checks and balances in place. Let me mention three areas of collaboration. The first one, the Enhancing Accountability Program, an investment of 234.5 million rand, which has been implemented since 2022. Through this program, we work with civil society organizations and Chapter 9 and 10 institutions like the Human Rights Commission, the Auditor General, the Commission on Gender Equality, the Public Service Commission, and the Public Protector. The program lends support to ongoing national accountability and anti-corruption efforts by enhancing monitoring, increasing transparency, educating the public, and operating in a value-driven manner. The second is the Legislative Oversight Program, a collaboration with the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces, and provincial legislatures that dates back to 1996. And the third, the Asibikelane Program, aimed to improve delivery of basic services and public goods in rural areas across South Africa. These are all. My message to you today is, let us continue to work together to improve accountability, transparency, and integrity which our societies demand and they deserve from us. Let us do it to keep democracies healthy and in shape to deliver on the aspirations of our citizens. If we do so, we will be shielding democracy from the threats to which it is exposed. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to fruitful discussions today and tomorrow, and let us work together for a brighter, more accountable tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Ambassador. We have shifted some things around, and because we just could not wait for this moment to happen, and so we are accommodating this moment right now, I would like to, at this point in time, invite the Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, who is the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And hers is going to be around sharing the state of provincial legislature in carrying out oversight and compliance responsibilities in ensuring improved basic service delivery by provincial governments. As she makes her way out, I'm going to read a very short bio for you. She is a dynamic and accomplished leader with a proven track record in public administration and governance, serving as the Premier of Mpumalanga. She is known for spearheading significant economic, educational, and healthcare advancements in the province. She is adept at driving strategic initiatives to attract investments, enhance infrastructure, and promote job creation. She has demonstrated success in improving educational facilities and healthcare services, resulting in measurable benefits for our communities. She is also committed to fostering socio-economic development and elevating the quality of life for residents through effective leadership and innovative solutions. What a woman. She deserves a beautiful round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Can you please allow me to stand on the protocol that was observed by our public protector in the interest of time? Of course, I do have my colleagues with me, Umam Togo Didiza, and I would like to pass my sincere greetings to her. It is with great pleasure that we receive this invitation to participate and make contribution to the 2024 Public Protector South Africa's conference, whose focus is premised on the compelling theme, I quote, "The role of oversight and compliance bodies in state capacity building," close quote. As the National Council of Provinces, we are pleased to join the Public Protector as an important part of institutions defending democracy to revisit these questions that requires urgent attention in safeguarding the gains of this hard-won democracy. 30 years into democratic dispensation, we can unequivocally state that much gains have been achieved in ensuring the necessary checks and balances that regulates the use of state power that have been established. We are a constitutional democracy where the rule of law continues to guide all states' actions and where the separation of powers between the three arms of state is consultative of all functions that govern the state. We are, to this extent, requested to make a reflection on the state of provincial legislatures in carrying out oversight and compliance responsibilities in ensuring improved basic service delivery by provincial government. At the outset, the simple response to this otherwise complex question is that legislatures are established in accordance with Section 108 of the Constitution that enables them to hold executive to account through oversight, lawmaking, and public participation. Systems are in place where provincial governments are held accountable by legislatures through the submission of their quarterly reports and as well as their annual reports against their set targets and plans. Committees are established to rigorously interrogate the said reports and the use of public funds to ensure prudent spending of the public purse. These are various oversight activities held on continuous basis where legislatures conduct oversights, visit over government projects and assess and monitor the progress that has been made. Legislatures also continues to participate in various national, continental, and international bodies where they access and share cutting-edge knowledge, experience with their counterparts on best practices and standards. However, the perennial question that has visited all our institutions, particularly in this 7th administration, is the impact of our oversight activities in guaranteeing effective service delivery outcomes and ensuring qualitative and visible change through the naked eye of the ordinary person. What would be the meaning of some of the systems we use if the impact of our activities are often left unaccounted for? There must be deliberate intent to improve our environment and in the same areas, rethink it anew to ensure a more effective and relevant oversight and compliance environment across our legislatures and all our spheres of government. It further means a more deliberate attempt to transcend inherent weaknesses of state that introduce some reforms, however, hasn't gone enough to bring about social change and transformation. In terms of the political context, the ethical question that bequeaths the rebuilding of a capable developmental state is the extent that the most acute manifestation of our social fault lines that have led to a society characterized by deepening levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequality is confronted. Whether our legislatures are passionately driven to ensure government doubles its effort to create jobs and poverty and build a better life for all. Tata Nelson Mandela, in his final address to Parliament, he envisaged Parliament as democratic instruments that the disposal of our people to create a better life for all. Tata Madiba underlined that the sector is the vanguard in the fight for social change and with the opportunity and platform to influence government policy and its implementation. The task of this moment requires legislatures to refashion their oversight agenda, to create an environment for the revolutionary transformation of our institutional capacities and of government itself in ways that better ensure a more responsive state machinery. In essence, an active translation of our previous political gains to ensure the totality of liberation for the majority of our people. Furthermore, a more critical, discursive reading of the meaning of our times, deconstructing this moment and its unfolding multiple interconnected and interrelated contradiction informing public opinion. An understanding that this is a moment characterized by ebbs and flows, resurgent challenges and possibilities, relative shifts in the national consciousness, forcing us to ask new questions, and we weave this nation together. Such mechanisms, premise on our interrogation on a clear assessment of our past, our present, as well as our future. Understanding, according to the writer and activist James Baldwin, our people are trapped in history and history is trapped in them. Through this, we are challenged to seek tangible results in line with the mandate and constitutional imperatives of legislatures. This means reasserting and re-articulating more transformative legislatures that ensure oversight makes an impact on the lives of all our people. It means a new framing of thought that does things differently through an effective use of the powers of legislatures to drive government service delivery in ways that are more attendant to poverty alleviation, inclusive economic growth, job creation, and capable ethical and developmental state. Accordingly, this requires we take seriously the idea of an activist, responsive, and outcome-based legislatures, which can reopen the canvas of our mandate from our entrenched systems of reality and some of the assumptive logics we hold. In so doing, we need to give effect to another oversight agenda that refigures our institutional effectiveness, which is informed by the concrete material and lived conditions of our people. To this end, we must indicate that the NCOP placed strategically in South Africa's intergovernmental system has undertaken to enhance our accountability mechanism as means to reposition our institution as a distinct organ of the state that champions provincial interest in the national sphere of government. Through a heightened confrontation with some structural deficiencies of governance and compliance reproducing weakening state, we have undertaken to better coordinate all the spheres of government through intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance oversight. We have also undertaken to identify and implement targeted mechanisms that address weaknesses and disjunctures across all spheres of government, focusing on developmental priorities of national departments, provinces, as well as our municipalities. We have undertaken to become more attendant to underlying weaknesses in the political and administrative interface, impeding on accelerated implementation of development and service delivery priorities, thus ensuring each level of government is able to execute its functions with minimizing duplication of efforts and potential losses. There is also a greater need to better develop and implement tracking, monitoring, and evaluation tools that will improve legislatures' oversight over the executive. This includes reprioritizing more effectively the use of funding for an oversight framework mechanism. In so doing, engendered a paradigm shift in oversight that reviews our procedures and processes in ways that can be more effective. As the NCOP, we are also increasingly faced with intervening on possible conflicts between the spheres of government, protecting and safeguarding the powers of each sphere and making sure interventions are within the confines of the Constitution. We have made it clear municipalities must be given sufficient space and support to fulfill their constitutional mandate in accordance with Section 154 of the Constitution, with Section 139 intervention being a feature of last resort. This, however, requires clear processes outlining the interplay between Section 139 and Section 154 of the Constitution. What are then the objective outcomes we sought to achieve. In this regards, perhaps we must begin to revisit some of the system structures and ways of conducting our business, understanding that the systems that brought us to current predicament cannot be the same systems of the future. We must enact a dispensation that will question anew for new answers in ways that are more rigorous, with more depth and deep study. There has to be a connection and consistency between what we say, what we think, and as well as what we do. We must insist on the ethical imperatives that better confronts the underlying contradictions bedeviling society as means of minimizing the pain of poverty and suffering. Our social contract still stands with unresolved questions, especially around interconnectedness challenges of race, class, and gender. We must foreground a more authentic and transformatory practice in the working of all legislatures and other spheres of government, meaning presenting our own paradigm and methodology for holding the executive and other government entities to account. Our oversight agenda should in this way undermine the possibility of the state general interest positioned above, outside, distant from contending social forces, to a state that is uncompromising to the interest of the working class and the poor. We must struggle to build a new politics that better speaks to our people rather than simply for our people. This is the politics of self-representation through which our very idea of participatory democracy should be underwritten. It is reinscribing an oversight environment that underpins a paradigm of life beyond the narrow paradigm of power and domination, in which ethics, moral conducts, and humanness are restored as the order of things amongst the public representatives and our officials. We can reinvent our institutions and ourselves, understanding that our chains are not on our feet, but on our minds. This necessitates a rupture with our previous way of doing business and an extensive, oh, somebody's calling, just disrupting me. My apology. I was saying that this necessitates a rupture with our previous way of doing business and an insistence on a paradigm shift and behavioral change that undermines the idea that to question anything is to risk everything. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we therefore look forward to your valuable contribution over the next 2 days of this conference, hoping these outcomes can make our institutions even much more stronger instruments of liberation at the disposal of our people. We can no longer be silent. I thank you.
Honorable Mtsweni Tsipani, when your phone rang, it reminded me of something that was said, and it goes, every great intention is almost always followed by a disruption. That is to be expected. And so thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. Your oversight agenda was definitely clear and certainly brought us closer to the great work that you are doing and the great intentions that you have for our provinces. All right, our conference, ladies and gentlemen, is being streamed online, and as such, we would like to welcome those who are joining us online. We are very fortunate this morning. We are fortunate to have with us Advocate Nthabiseng Sipanya-Morale, who is the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality and chairperson of the Forum for Institutions Supporting Democracy. and she will be introducing our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me ride on the protocol that has already been introduced by the public protector earlier. My task is quite an easy one. I'm here to introduce the guest speaker of the day, Mr. Godidiza. But the PP then hijacked me and said, you've got to say a word or two. It will definitely be a word or two, nothing more. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference could not have come at a better time. It is yet another opportunity to look back at the past 30 years and reflect on what was achieved and where the challenges are. It is also apt that one of the institutions set up to ensure the hard fought for democracy is effective, sustained, and strengthened is the one that has convened this conference. When the drafters of the Constitution made provision for high-level checks and balances set up as institutions to strengthen democracy, the intention was to ensure that no one in our democracy has unfettered powers that are not checked, accounted for, nor regulated. The first step was what our Constitution refers to as an important democratic principle, separation of powers. I will not dwell on it. The chairperson has already done that. This is the problem with coming down the line in terms of speaking. So I will not go into that. But as we know, it's the legislature, the judiciary, and the cabinet. Their roles are to protect democratic principles and protect the rights of people in South Africa. The powers, functions, and responsibilities of the three arms of government outlined in the Constitution, while the envisaged benefits to the citizens are listed as aspirations in the Bill of Rights. A second key aspect of these institutions is set out in Section 181. By these institutions, I mean institutions supporting or strengthening democracy. It's outlined in Section 1812 of the Constitution, which states that these institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law, and they must exercise their powers and perform their functions without fear, prejudice, or favor. The third critical aspect set out by the Constitution states that the organs of state, through legislative and other measures, must assist and protect these institutions to ensure the independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness of the institutions. The reflections in these 2 days hopefully will affirm these sentiments and help us to take stock to achieve, amongst other priorities, a capable professional state that is not only responsive to all citizens, but also recognizes the importance as set out in Section 7.1 of the Constitution, which says, the Bill of Rights is the cornerstone of democracy in South Africa. It enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing the person who will, in earnest, kickstart the deep conversation we will have in these 2 days. I present to you Ms. Togo Didiza, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Parliament of South Africa. Honorable Didiza is the elected Speaker, as you all know. She has held several ministerial positions in the South African executive government between 1994 and 2024. Hope you don't stop me. This is important to mention. Thank you. She was the Deputy Minister of Agriculture during the presidency of President Nelson Mandela in 1994. Soon after, she rose to ministerial positions, starting as Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs, and then to Minister of Public Works, and returned to Minister of Agriculture, Land and Reform and Rural Development. Honorable Didiza entered politics through anti-apartheid activism, initially in Christian organizations and women's groups. She was the inaugural Secretary General of the Women's National Coalition in 1992. Ms. Didiza is a dedicated, results-oriented politician and professional. It's brief, don't worry. With a proven record of accomplishments in creating and implementing the developmental and growth-stimulating policies and negotiating win-win solutions for citizens. Honorable Didiza possesses a broad knowledge of South African and African economic, social, and political understanding with an extensive first-hand experience I'll stop. In agriculture, I'm being intimidated. Who can protect me? Mr. Diz holds a master's degree, this one I've got to mention, in tertiary education management and honors in politics and a Bachelor of Arts majoring in sociology and politics. She has several diplomas, including journalism, business and financial management, public relations, and personnel and training. She was nominated as one of the young global leaders of the Klaus Schwab Foundation in 2005. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Didiza.
Thank you very much, Advocate, and thanks to our program director, because the people of South Africa finally chose a profound legal path to their revolution. Those who framed and enacted the Constitution and law are in the vanguard of the fight for change. It is in the legislators that instruments have been fashioned to create a better life for all. It is here that oversight of government has been exercised. These are the words of President Nelson Mandela when he actually defined in his understanding what is the role of Parliament and the legislatures. I would like to recognize the important guests that have been invited by our public protector, starting with Advocate Kollega Gcaleka, our Minister of Public Service and Administration, Inkosi Telezi, leaders of the institutions supporting democracy, all of whom are present here today. I've also seen our National Prosecuting Authority, Advocate Shamila Patoy, who's here, the chairperson of the Justice Portfolio Committee, Honorable Ngola. Your name and your surname is very clicky, Ngola. Our Deputy Ambassador of the European Union, our speakers of the provincial legislatures present here, and our speakers of the two metros, Tshwane and Johannesburg, who have also joined us here, our ombuds people, men and women who are here in their various capacities, other honored guests that I may not have been informed of that are present, but all of you are important and we honor your presence. There's always this last phrasing, ladies and gentlemen. I always say those are the most important people because without them participating in our engagements, we can be all here as speakers, but we can't speak to ourselves unless these important people siyanamukela ningosi ngaye namhlanje. I'm honored and indeed grateful that I'm here participating with my colleague, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, because Parliament, for those of you who may not appreciate, or rather not know, Parliament is formed of two houses. So there is no Parliament without the National Assembly and the NCOP collectively. They play a very important role in our oversight role and accountability. It is indeed an honor that today we are here to examine this important aspect of our role in the various capacities on effective oversight and accountability. I've had the honor in this first few months of the administration to meet with the heads of institutions supporting democracy together with their staff. And other people may wonder why I did that, because maybe in their view, members of parliament are those that I'm supposed to interact with on a daily basis, but also other important sectors of our country. But I thought it was important because when the drafters of our constitution defined the role of these institutions, was that their role is to support and strengthen democracy. True to the constitution, independent, but also their recommendations to actually be presented to Parliament, in particular the National Assembly. And this is a very important relationship that our Constitution defined of these institutions, because the work that they conduct, it is the work that as Parliament we draw from in order to undertake our oversight on executive action by our government. But I must say, in our engagement, I also indicated to some of them that it is a very interesting relationship as it was defined then, but in practice, it would be bound to have kind of complexities and tensions. Because on one hand, the responsibility of Parliament, particularly as exercised by the portfolio committees and select committees, it's also to undertake this oversight responsibilities. And in order to strengthen participatory democracy, they also have to go into communities to gather the views of the electorate about whether or not the way in which government exercise their function is positively impactful in the lives of ordinary people on a daily basis. But they also have to ensure that what the executive says in terms of their reporting to Parliament about their action and the resources that are actually accorded to them is actually spent in the manner in which they have indicated. So they also have to do that work. So now comes the institution supporting democracy. In their work, they also have to do more or less the same. Particularly if you look at complaints that ordinary citizens will take to the public protector, the human rights, the gender commission, would necessitate that these bodies also have to undertake work of investigation, interacting with the citizens to see whether or not the case having been reported to them has merit or not, and if it has, what recommendation they would want to put. So when these reports come to us, such as the public protector, whose reports, in terms of the remedial action, have to be implemented, which we agree. So it comes to the Justice Committee, maybe, or any other committee. So they look at the report, they said, well, this is important work. And we think we need to make sure that the executive implements such executive action. I mean, remedial action, rather. But it may also occur that the portfolio committee, in looking at the report, might say, well, this report in its recommendation kind of contradicts what the minister or the department might have said to us. maybe let's go and assess. Do we then take it as overseeing already the work that has been done by the institution, or do we see it as complementary? So when the portfolio committee reports, they then say to the National Assembly or in the NCOP, we have received a report from the PPSA, and we do think, coupled with our own visit, that maybe the PP was a bit harsher. So what stands in this remedial action? I'm raising these issues because we're reflecting on our 30 years. And we need to then say, as democratic institutions evolved in these 30 years, what could have been the likely tensions that might have not been seen by those who were drafters of our constitution at the time? And how do we actually look at how there is alignment, there is no conflict, there is no tension that is negative or will rather negatively impact on the way in which these institutions must work? The other reality is that in the evolving of these institutions supporting and strengthening democracy, in their work over the 30 years, has there not been some kind of encroachment in what was envisaged by the Constitution? I'm raising this because I'm sure there's a matter that all of you know, where the Human Rights Commission strongly feels that some of their recommendations should actually be binding, which might not have been the intention at the time of the drafters of our law. And the question that we need to ask ourselves, there might be a reason why the Human Rights Commission at the time, now, they feel that there must be a bit firmer support to the recommendations that they make. And then the question then emerges, are we now no more duplicating certain functions? Are we not reaching a point which maybe in the Kader Asmal report was raised of rationalizing some of these institutions? And I think it's a question this August conference, in my view, must also reflect upon. Again, it will be the same issue when it comes to the Gender Commission and the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, People with Disabilities. How do they engage on some of the work that the Commission might raise in exercise of its responsibility vis-a-vis what may be the executive in its implementation of ensuring that we have effective equality in our Constitution as it was conceived by those women prior to 1994 on drafting the Women's Charter had in their mind. So I'm saying the 30-year reflection gives us the opportunity which we all have to reflect on and say, how best do we make sure that these institutions indeed strengthen and support our democracy as a country? The Constitution, as it has been said earlier by my colleagues, not only provides for legislative role of Parliament, but also it provides for specific oversight and accountability functions of both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The general principle underpinned by our Constitution is that Parliament must exercise these responsibilities with due regard to representative and participatory democracy, accountability, transparency, and public involvement. We would all appreciate that our first speaker, the late Honorable Frene Ginwala, as part of ensuring that Parliament does this work, was to open up our Parliament to our citizens so that citizens can actually have sight of how, as public representatives, we are dealing with their concerns. It's not only the part where we say order that is accessible to public, it is also what we do in committees, which actually enable the citizens to understand how are my issues dealt with by my representative. But we also have constituency offices, which offer as a platform where people can come closer to those offices of members of parliament to be able to raise their concern. It is for these reasons that even in our language that we use in parliament allows for all the 12 languages of our country, where people can participate in the language of their choice and be able to raise their matters without fearing of being misrepresented because they might be speaking with the second language. And these are important to ensure that our parliament is representative and participatory. But we also do that through the oversight model, which has been developed by Parliament to enable members of Parliament to be able to engage with our citizens. And my colleague, the chairperson, has indicated how the NCOP in particular engages with our members of society in order to get their views on legislation, but also assess the impact of what we do. Constitution provides that the National Assembly must provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it, and provincially that happens through the provincial legislature. It also indicates that it must maintain oversight of the exercise of national executive authority and any organ of state. Very interesting the way Honorable Buthelezi responded to Chairperson Ngola about to whom he's accountable to. It was actually for me very instructive because it brings in the human element to it. Beyond the structures, which is the parliament and our portfolio committees, which are the engines that drive that accountability and oversight in terms of executive action. But if all of us can really ingrain in our minds that our actions must be able to ensure that our children, our grandchildren, and those that are to come will actually applaud the work that we did today. And I think in the African culture, and I would dare say in all communities, you know that the name that you carry as a surname is not yours. Elderly people will even tell you, ukuthi ungaba uThoko kodwa igama lakaMsane I will own. Lela badala abangasekho nabaseza. So you can never be able to embarrass them. That is why time and again it acts as a check and balance for you when you do things. You always say, ekhaya bazothini. Because you know you can never embarrass your own. And I actually didn't take that statement by Nkosi Buthelezi negatively, because I think it was for grounding us on the responsibility that we hold. not just as institutions, but also as individuals that must exercise this oversight and accountability. And I think it is important to also appreciate that our electorate, who are our citizens, are not actually giving us the mandate to undertake the work that we do without any condition. That is why after 5 years, they give us a report card on their oversight. Because it is through that exercise of oversight and accountability that the citizens will then make a choice and determine who they vote for. So while as institutions, we must be the safeguards of oversight and accountability, it is also important not to forget the role of the citizens, but also our obligation to the citizens, starting from our own homes. The concept of oversight includes political, administrative, financial, ethical, legal, and strategic elements. In the main, oversight function entails empowering members of parliament, in case of parliament and our legislators, the members of provincial legislatures, to detect and prevent abuse, arbitrary behavior, or illegal and unconstitutional conduct on the part of government. At the core of this function is the protection of the rights and liberties of citizens. It is to assist in ensuring an effective government and hold them to account in respect of how the taxpayers' money is used to the betterment of the citizens of South Africa. But I would like to say, part of this responsibility of preventing abuse and arbitrary behavior, not only of those who are having a responsibility of oversight, but also those who are administrative function, becomes very important. And I think it's also about, maybe we have to think about in the 30 years, how do we also ensure that our cultural dynamics also come to appreciate the democratic values that we develop. I want to share with you what happened in the first phase of government, particularly parliament, when we're talking about ethics and how we actually ensure that we protect members of parliament not to be, bribed or whatever. So the late Steve Church said, so what should I do if I'm given ikomo pilalin nayo apha parliament back up? A lot of us laughed. But actually, what he was raising, it's where do you draw the line? Because Ubuntu, and as we know our values, when you come into a home, into a village, even if you come for your work, I mean, you will know, those of you who might have been in the medical field and nurses where they do the outreach, go with the clinics, emakhaya lapha, mama, they will give amathanga ne khabechu nantontoni. To them, they are looking after these nurses who are sitting in a hospital to get fresh food. They've got no relation that this cabbage and carrot might influence them to make them first on the line if they come to hospital. So if you come in a village, you speak as a politician about what? Okay. In their mind, it has got nothing about buying your favor. it is exercising ubuntu ukuthi ufikile endaweni. But how do we ensure that those cultural values in a democratic institution, in a framework that we have as a republic, are not actually abused, but also are not misunderstood? That is why we said you declare to ensure that there's nothing untoward. But similarly, how do we undo a culture that has developed over years in our society? Because it didn't start in 1994, where history whatever it is, yeah. Okay. How do we help our society to unlearn these practices? Because most of the time, when societies speak about corrupt tendencies, they often look at public representatives, officials in government in its all forms. Very much little, or rather very little, has been looked at the behavior of those who coerce a particular behavior. And that is why, for me, it is also about how do we educate citizens to appreciate that what government does, the services that are rendered, are those services that as a citizen you are entitled to. Where services are supposed to be paid for, like municipal services, are paid for in order to make sure that you can maintain the service, you can ensure the expansion of service to the other. It's not arbitrary. But to get a form to apply for work, you can pay for that. So it's about how do we, in this oversight and accountability, we also educate. And in that education, it's about unlearning certain practices that have permeated over the years in our societies. Because it's not one society. In others, they will say, it's facilitation fee. It's the same thing. So but also, the other tension or conflict that will emerge is those who are in business will say, yes, but that's my job. I facilitate business. Okay, but where do you draw the line? And I think these are the issues, in my view, that we need, those of us who deal with executive action, those of us who deal with oversight, those of us who are supposed to strengthen democracy, we also must look at how we educate. Not only those who are the providers of service, but also our citizens in general. I mean, there was a very interesting debate over the weekend about the latest situation that is happening in Northwest. Where do you draw the line on human rights and on, I don't know. But it's a debate. And I think it challenges our institution 30 years on to say, how do you make sure that in the context of our rights, there's also responsibility? So that it's not rights one way, but also it's responsibility in order to make sure that you do not trample the rights of others. Program Director, Section 77 of the Constitution stipulates that Parliament may only amend money bills in accordance with the legislative procedure established in terms of Section 77, subsection 3. The Money Bill Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act number 9 of 2009 set out a number of principles, mechanisms, and procedures to enable Parliament to amend the different types of money bill. This legislation, in my view, has given Parliament the ability to effect changes to the national budget. It is intended that this oversight tool should be used to ensure that the government's policies allow for sufficient expenditure to ensure the improvement of the quality of life of the people of South Africa. So, Honorable Ngola, you were a bit worried and you spoke much about expenditure, which is important. However, I've got the possibility to say, PP, for the past 2 years, you have not used this line of your budget effectively. So we're going to amend it through the budget recommendation and review process to say to the Minister of Finance, Minister, as this committee, we do think that budget line item of PP, this one must not be funded this year, but rather must go here, because in the past 3 years, we have not seen better spending on this line. And it's the same for Nkosi Uptelis, where we can say, Nino Yoli Nkosi, the work that you are doing is good, but we think this budget line that relates to public service administration, particularly this element, we actually think needs to be amended, because for the past 2 or 3 years, we have not spent it. And that will enable Parliament to be able to ensure that we can direct national government spending to where it's required most. So this is a tool that we have that we can use. This legislation also ensures that as Parliament, we can be able to reflect on the framing of the fiscal budget as it's presented by the Minister of Finance, whether in our view, it addresses the priorities that the government has indicated. So you can't have a priority as outlined by the President and the ministers in their budget presentations, and then you have a budget that goes the other direction. So there must be some alignment, and that's part of the oversight role that Parliament has to do. It is so clear, in my view, Program Director, that the path to building a capable and functional state depends to a great extent on the oversight function being implemented by all of us. Here we must also credit the drafters of our Constitution for creating the institutions which act in support of constitutional democracy. These institutions supporting constitutional democracy are commonly referred to as Chapter 9 or Chapter 10 institutions. They are accountable to the Assembly and must report on their activities to the Assembly at least once a year. And it's not just reporting, as Kola was indicating, it's also engagement where we can agree to disagree. Because I think that is also important in strengthening our democracy, because from the vantage point of where you are and where we are, there might be differences in the way in which we look at the situation. But it's not just disagreeing for purposes of disagreeing. There must be substantive ways in which we are able to say, on this matter, we may not be seeing it the same way. Let's find another way of reflecting on it. Not abandoning it, but coming back to it so that we can find one another, because the essence of these institutions is to support our work. And it is also this assembly that must protect the independence of these institutions so that they act without fear or favor. There is no other body that has been given that responsibility other than Parliament. Sometimes when you see Parliament undertaking certain processes because of the work that you have commissioned, it must be an appreciation of that relationship that ought to exist between ourselves and yourselves. And I do trust that going forward in these 2 days, you'll be able to assess the road we have traveled 30 years, how far we have gone, where are the weaknesses, and where can we strengthen in order to ensure that our oversight and accountability is strengthened for building a capable state. Thank you very much.
A remarkable address. Madam Speaker, your keynote reminded me of something that was shared by Alvin Toffler. And he says that the illiterate of the future will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And so your reflective 30-year reflection is a poignant one where you were asking how best do we ensure our institutions strengthen our democracy in service of our people? How do we better serve our citizens? And of course, how do we recognize and take into account our cultural nuances? And I think for me, one of those that really hit home is how do we do all of this in a way that those coming after us can be proud of us and want to implement and follow suit. Thank you very much. All of this done in the spirit of promoting and educating transparency and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for refreshments and a conference photo. All right, so this is how we are going to move. It is a 10-minute interlude, if you like. The conference photo will take place as follows. Those who have spoken, we ask that you please come back on stage for a photo. Those who are still coming to speak today and later tomorrow, please meet us around the corner by the reception area, and the rest of us can enjoy refreshments to my left, your right. We will resume back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I can boogie, but I need a certain song. Boogie, 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 all night long. Yes, sir, I can boogie, if you say you can't go wrong. Boogie, 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 all night long. No, sir, I don't feel very much like talking. No, neither walking. You wanna know if I can dance? Yes, sir, already told you in the first verse and in the chorus, but I will give you one more chance. Yes, sir, I can boogie, but I need a certain song. all night long. It's another tequila sunrise, staring slowly across the sky. Say goodbye. He was just a hurricane, walking on the dream ship when I tried. The days go by. Every night when the sun goes down, just another lonely boy in town. She's out running round. She wasn't just another moment. I couldn't keep from coming home. Been so long. Oh, when it's a hollow feeling, when it comes down to dealing with friends, never ends. Take another shot of courage. Wonder why the rain was never on. You just get on. It's another tequila sunrise. This whole world still looks the same. Another frame. could lift you up, could show you what you want to see, take you where you want to be my love. Even if the sky is falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound, safe and sound. I could fill your cup, my river won't evaporate, this world will still appreciate me, my love. Even in a hurricane of frowns, I know that we'll be safe and sound. Safe and sound. I could show you love in a tidal wave of mystery. He'd still be standing next to me. Be my love. Even if we're 6 feet underground, I know that we'll be safe and sound. Safe and sound. In a tidal wave of mystery, you'd still be standing next to me. I could show you love, I could show you what you want to see, take you where you want to be. Even if we're 6 feet underground, I know that we'll be safe and sound. In a tidal wave of mystery, you'd still be standing next to me. I could show you love and take you where you want to be. I could show you love and feel your love, whatever we do that for you. This world will still appreciate you. Safe and sound, safe and sound. Be my love, be my love. Show me love, show me love. Saying I love you, it's not the words I want to hear from you. It's not that I want you not to say, but if you only knew how easy it would be to show me how you feel. More than words is all you have to do to make it real. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me, 'cause I already know. What would you do if my heart was torn in two? More than words to show you feel that your love for me is real. What would you say if I took those words away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. just to show you feel that your love for me is real. What would you say if I took those words away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you. More than words. More than words. Try to make me go to rehab and I say no, no, no. Yes, I think like, but when I come back, you no, no, no. I ain't got that time, and if my daddy thinks I'm fine, he's trying to make me go to rehab and I go, 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 go. I'd rather be home with me. I ain't got 70 days. There's nothing you got that I can learn from this halfway. I didn't get a lot in class, but I know you don't come in a shot glass. Try to make me go to rehab and I say no, no, no. Yes, I feel like when I come back, you know, no, no. I ain't got that time, and if my daddy thinks I'm fine, try to make me go to rehab and I go, 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 go. Listen while you're thinking of here. I say I got no idea. Gonna lose my baby. So I always keep what I need. He said, I just think you're depressed. There's me, your baby, and the rest. I just need a friend. I'm not gonna spend this everyone think I'm only. And it's not just for pride, it's just still this season dry. Try to make me go to rehab and I say no, no, no. Yes, I feel like when I come back, you know, no, no. I ain't got that time, and if my daddy thinks I'm fine, try to make me go to rehab and I go, 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 go. What's wrong? She whispers in my ear so sweet. Do you know what she says? Daddy, you're a fool to cry. You're a fool to cry. And it makes me wonder why. You know, I got a woman. She lives in a big part of town. I go see her sometimes. Make out so fine. I put my hair on her shoulder. She says, tell me on your troubles. Do you know what she says? She says, ooh, Daddy, you're a fool to cry. You're a fool to cry. And it makes me wonder why. Daddy, you're a fool to cry. I'm a fool to cry. I'm a fool to cry. I'm a fool to cry. You're a fool to cry. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag written through the wind, wanted to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screens, but no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know that there's still a chance for you? Is there a spark in you? Just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework, come show what you worth, making go as you shoot across the sky. You don't have to feel like a waste of space. Your original cannot be replaced. If you only knew what the future holds after hurricane comes a rainbow. Maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect goal. Like a lightning bolt, your heart would glow. And when it's time to go, just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th as you shoot across the sky. Make your firework, come let you grow. The spiders make him go up. You're gonna leave them where they are. Boom, boom, boom. Even better that the moon, it's always been inside of you. And now it's time to let it through. It's baby, you're a firework. Come and show what you worth. Make them go as you shoot across the sky. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come and let you go. Those birds make him go. You're gonna live and all we are. Even brighter than the moon. Even brighter than the moon. Your love is king, crowned you with my heart. Your love is king, never needs you part. Your kisses ring, round and round and round my head, touching the furry part of me. It's making my soul sing. It's tearing the very heart of me. Crying out for more. Your love is king. Crown you with my heart. Your love is king.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please take your seats and settle down? We are about to resume with the next part of our program. Thank you very much. Hey, if I can be candid, like I told, like I did refreshments. Hey, morning, really beautiful. All right, for the sake of time and continuity, there are two very prominent figures I would like to acknowledge this afternoon, and they are the Judge of the High Court, first Public Protector of the Republic of South Africa, Judge Selby Bakwa, who is joining us. He is also joined by the third Public Protector, Advocate Thuli Madonsela. You are welcome both. All right, we are now moving into what is called Plenary 2. Now, this is a panel discussion that will be moderated by Mr. Teboho Katz, who is the founder and chairperson of Public Interest South Africa. And so please, let's give him a laudable round of applause. He has quite the mandate, and so we want to usher him with great confidence.
Thanks, Program Director. Confidence, I don't know. I tried to get some more caffeine outside there. Somebody would know my travels. And I wasn't so lucky. So I'm not sure if the confidence level is where it should be. But be that as it may, thank you very much. Before we proceed with this panel or this plenary, I'd like to make, I was requested to make some announcements as to where the other sessions, parallel sessions will be conducted. Those who are keen to attend a panel on monitoring accountability and transparency in government through parliamentary oversight and good governance, moderated by the able colleague, Mr. Oh, no, not you, not Mr. Khatebe, Hope Khatebe. That will be at Ecopleni 5. I believe the color code is red. And then the next panel will be on strengthening oversight, compliance, and good governance in higher education. Ombudsman perspective, moderated by the DPSA. Advocate Busisiwa Mngoma and the Ombud for University of KwaZulu-Natal will be participating in that. That will be in Tembisa Green. I'm sure the ushers will be able to take us through to those respective areas. The last one, or the third one, is at Ekureni 4, color code orange. The theme for that panel discussion is on effective private sector governance and the Ombudsman's function in encouraging transparency and accountability. It will be moderated by the PPSA, so I suppose that's the Office of the Public Protector, but I see Advocate Johnson will be on the panel for that. Be that as it may, let us continue with what we have. I'm mindful of the time constraints that we operate on. I think we're almost an hour, if not an hour behind. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to be in this important panel discussion called Preventing Corruption Through Oversight and Compliance Institutions, which is part of the broader conference on the theme, the role of oversight and compliance bodies in state capacity building. We gather here today with a shared purpose, which is to explore how oversight and compliance institutions can work together to strengthen state capacity, promote accountability, uphold the principles of good governance. This is not just a theoretical discussion or conversation. It is a practical and urgent dialogue about the mechanisms and partnerships needed to address corruption, ensure ethical leadership, and enhance service delivery in both the public and private sectors. Today's panel discussion brings together two esteemed leaders whose work directly impacts the fight against corruption and the enforcement of compliance in South Africa. Their insights will help us deepen our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in preventing corruption and building a capable and developmental state. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to introduce myself, much as Lerato has already. My name is Debo Hokas. The rest shall follow. I'm not flying solo, as I'm honored to have as scribes Ms. Matau Sefako, Ms. Mashiro, and Mr. Mate as scribes for this session. Without much ado, as moderator of the session, and with your active participation, I'm deeply committed to fostering engaging and provoking discussion. Our goal today is not only to understand the critical roles of oversight and compliance institutions, but also to identify actionable strategies that will help us move closer to a corruption-free and well-functioning state. With that, let us dive into today's discussions, starting with introductions of our distinguished panelists. I'll start first with introducing a fellow panelist, Commissioner Doris Tepe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Commissioner Tepe, an accomplished legal expert and the current Commissioner of the Competition Commission of South Africa. Appointed in 2022, Commissioner Tepe brings a wealth of experience and competition law, having represented clients in significant cases, played a key role in shaping competition law reforms. Her expertise spans over 20 years as a practicing attorney specializing in constitutional law, legislative drafting, and commercial law, among other areas. Notably, Commissioner Tsepe has served on the advisory panel that guided the 2019 amendments to the Competition Act, enhancing South Africa's regulatory framework for fair economic practices. Yes, she's going first. She's going first. Yeah. Commissioner Tsepe's career reflects a commitment to justice and economic inclusivity and sound governance. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Tsepe onto the stage. As she walks and takes a seat, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege to introduce an extraordinary leader and trailblazer in South Africa's legal fraternity, Advocate Shamila Batohi, the incumbent National Director of Public Prosecution. Advocate Batohi is renowned as the first woman to hold this critical position, making a historic milestone in South Africa's pursuit of justice and accountability. With a legal career spanning over 3 decades, she has exemplified excellence and integrity every step. Her journey began as a junior prosecutor in Chatsworth in 1986, before being seconded in 1995 to a special task unit established by President Mandela to investigate apartheid-era atrocities. Advocate Batohi later became the first regional head of the Scorpions in KwaZulu-Natal, where she led investigations into organized crime. Notably, Advocate Batohi also served as the leader of evidence during the King Commission of Inquiry into cricket match fixing, making one of our former heroes cry. Before joining the International Criminal Court in The Hague as senior legal advisor. In 2018, Advocate Batohi's appointment as NDPP, following a rigorous and transparent selection process, was hailed as a turning point for the National Prosecuting Authority. President Cyril Ramaphosa described her as a leader capable of restoring public confidence and upholding the rule of law during a time of great national reckoning with corruption and state capture. Advocate Batohi's leadership continues to symbolize the resilience and independence of South Africa's justice system. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Advocate Batohi on the stage.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Program Director, let me acknowledge Madam Speaker, ministers present, and it's wonderful to see 3 public protectors, the former ones, Judge Bakwa, Madam Madonsela, with our current public protector here. I really want to firstly acknowledge and stand on the protocol all already established, but should I say ladies, gentlemen, and people, that is to include those who do not identify with either. South Africa is facing an inflection point. I'm just going to make a few introductory remarks. Well, I was given 10 minutes, so I'm going to try to be really quick. We're facing an inflection point, one that will determine the future of our country. To be sure, a bright and prosperous path forward must be underpinned by an unshakable commitment to the rule of law and accountability at all levels. We will face strong headwinds. In fact, we are, as many other countries, but we must prevail. Oversight bodies carry a heavy but important burden in this fight for accountability. Without improved compliance by government entities, we will struggle to build a capable and developmental state. A capable state is not only about the professional quality of public servants and the efficiency of institutions. It must also be an ethical state, driven by the constitutional values and the principles of the public administration and the rule of law, focusing on realizing the rights of our citizens and delivering on what we heard about our constitutional promise of a better life for all. Our recent history is a stark reminder of what can happen to the rule of law when it is not protected. The state capture era was a disaster for our country, especially as it decimated institution of justice and accountability. State capture was an attack from the inside, a stealthy and lethal attack, a war waged on the rule of law by the very people, and I repeat, by the very people whose job it was, and who also swore an oath to protect and promote it, including the past leadership of the NPA, various oversight bodies like Parliament as well, and other law enforcement entities. Our country and our people, especially the poor and the vulnerable, are still reeling from its effects, and also ongoing corruption. Parliament itself admitted to this in May 2021, when the then Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thandi Modise, apologized to the nation for Parliament's complicity in state capture by failing to hold the executive to account in line with its constitutional functions. It wasn't just government entities which failed in their oversight role. This is an important issue. Private sector actors, professionals such as auditors, bankers, lawyers, consultants, they were also either implicated as enablers by failing to conduct due diligence or as active complicit actors in capturing the state for private benefit. And the question we must ask is, yes, Parliament and other government institutions of accountability, what about these regulatory bodies? What did they do to ensure that there is clean and ethical government in their sectors? The corollary of these failures is a society then that looks to law enforcement and the prosecuting authority to bring about accountability after the damage has been done. And this has been the focus of our efforts since I took office. But there is an awkward truth at the heart of almost all anti-corruption efforts underway today in countless countries across the world. The truth is, prosecuting corrupt public officials and private sector players, even the most senior ones, won't end or deter future corruption. It would be comforting indeed to believe that prosecuting 50, 100, or even 1,000 beneficiaries of corruption and their accomplices would vanquish corruption and restore integrity. But while prosecutions are essential, and I emphasize, are essential, it is not enough. The truth is that we cannot prosecute our way out of corruption. Criminal investigations and prosecutions are important, but never sufficient. This is true for at least 3 reasons. First, investigating and prosecuting high-level corruption is notoriously slow and uncertain, as powerful persons usually keep themselves a distance from obvious criminality, and their defense teams exploit every procedural device to delay and discredit cases against them. Secondly, even successful prosecutions, because they focus on specific individuals and specific acts, they leave systemic corruption in place and allow new crooks to enter and profit from it. And thirdly, and perhaps most fundamentally, prosecutions are brought from the outside, and from outside these corrupt departments and ministries. And so while there are institutional practices and cultures that still perpetuate corruption, it can only be reformed from the inside. So without a committed and ethical leadership team inside corrupt institution, actively reforming the culture, prosecutions alone will not shift it. Don't misunderstand me. As I said, investigations and prosecutions play a crucial role, and it remains our top priority. Prosecutions are the state's most serious and credible instrument of accountability. And we've been doing a lot to ensure that those are responsible for corruption are held to account. But as I said, on their own, we will not cure widespread systemic corruptions. We can only be successful as partners in wider strategies that build strong cultures of integrity that are resistant to corruption in each government institution and office. There is evidence globally that following successful prosecutions, the cultural and systemic forces that corrupted former leaders remain intact, corrupting enough of their successors to frustrate any meaningful reform through prosecutions. And I'm quickly going to mention to you the case of the Mani Pulite in Italy in the early 90s. This was called the clean hands prosecutions, and it led to the criminal convictions of hundreds of politicians, including two former prime ministers. It led to the public exposure of a corrupt network linking Italy's biggest businesses and its politicians. It led to the complete obliteration of both of Italy's leading political parties, the collapse of hundreds of local councils, which were found to be riddled with corruption. Just when Italy thought it was undergoing a revolution against corruption, one of the principal beneficiaries, Silvio Berlusconi, entered politics himself to protect himself and his empire, and won. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Rather than launching a revolution, the clean hands prosecution turned out to be more of a cathartic entertainment on its way to a new era of corruption, epitomized by the political dominance of one of the most self-interested prime ministers in Italy's modern history. So the point of all of this, I emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, is that we need strong cultures of integrity, and we need a strategy reset. We need to tighten our focus on departments, municipalities, rather than dispersing our attention across the nation. We need to have a very, very targeted approach. Only new, determined, reform-minded leaders on top of these institutions can uproot these cultural and systemic sources of corruption. It's therefore really good that our national anti-corruption strategy, in fact, puts a lot of emphasis on prevention, and I'm not going to go into details of that. In the NPA, we've been doing a lot to try to instill this ethical culture, whilst we try to build an NPA that is fit for purpose and can deal with the challenges of the 21st century. We've set up an Office of Ethics and Accountability. We also have an ethics help desk that provides real-time assistance to staff members that may be dealing with some of these challenges. And ethical leadership starts with the appointment of the right people at the top. We therefore also actively engaging with Parliament, with various stakeholders to ensure that perhaps there's amendments to the NPA Act to ensure that the appointment of senior leaders in the NPA is transparent, and that we can take some steps to ensure that the right people are in fact appointed at these high levels. South Africans, I conclude by saying, South Africans set the rule of law bar very high, and so we should. Our history demands it, our future depends on it. Ethical leadership and integrity are sine qua non to upholding the rule of law and ensuring justice for our people. For this reason, we must ensure that ethical leadership and cultures of good governance are at the forefront of efforts to enhance oversight in general. Because when that fails, it's then law enforcement and the prosecuting authority that have to be called in to clean up the mess. If that doesn't happen, it makes our life a lot easier. We've heard a lot about this. We talk about this. Let's stop talking the talk. We must walk the walk. It is the only way to rebuild our country and fulfill our constitutional promise of a better life for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Batoyi.
I'm sorry, I have a few questions I can take.
Yeah, just a small change on the proceedings. Advocate Batoyi is under pressure of time, and she has got some commitments that she needed to attend to. So before I request or I ask Commissioner Tsepe to come and give some remarks, maybe it's opportune for us or for me to open up if there should be any questions from the audience to Advocate Batoi. I was expecting some mics, some portable. Oh, thank you. Can I also have one on the stage, please, if you don't mind? Yes, thank you. And as we do that, and before I spot any hand, maybe it's opportune for me to direct a question that I have for Advocate Batoi, which sort of links to the keynote address that we received from the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Togo Didiza, whereupon she reflected what the crafters of the Constitution didn't actually anticipate with regards to oversight, considering what is currently prevailing, especially in the National Assembly. Last week or so, Advocate Batoi, you addressed an audience in Cape Town, I can't remember exactly where, in which you lamented the fact that you have to now provide, or your institution, the NPA, has to provide oversight, or subject itself to oversight from the very same people that your institution is after. Would you like to elaborate and maybe offer us some insight into what you believe is the best way to proceed?
Thank you. I see the green light is on, but it's not. Hello, 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 hello. Sorry, the green light's on, but it's not working. So, firstly, I must apologize. We're running an hour late. I have a 1 o'clock appointment in Pretoria, so I must apologize for this, that I have to leave. Yeah, this is an interesting question. I think, you know, I emphasize the role of Parliament in holding institutions accountable. We've heard so much about that this morning. That has been acknowledged by the previous speaker as well as by the Zondo Commission, in fact, found that Parliament failed in its accountability role to properly oversee. And so, you know, it's a tricky scenario because I think there should be a level of, perhaps it should be legislated about who can be in Parliament and who can't be in Parliament. Because yes, it does become very challenging because we respect the role of Parliament, we respect the role of accountability institutions. And we know if they function properly as they should, it will enhance, it will ensure a better life for our people. It will ensure that institutions like the NPA and other do what we are supposed to do. So we regard it as important. But perhaps there were some design flaws, you know, in the early days, in the post-apartheid euphoria, and we did not anticipate that we will be in a situation where you could be held accountable by people that are actually accused people in court or suspects or that have been mentioned in Zondo Commission. So how do we strike that balance between true accountability and you know, being attacked sometimes in Parliament? So I think our public protectors also experience some of that. So I think it's a really important conversation that needs to be had. What do we do to ensure that institutions, and I think it was, whether it was our speaker that mentioned, when we talk about institutions, it's right. It's not something out there. It's us, the leaders and the people that run the institutions are the one that are actually held accountable. And so how do we ensure that we strike the balance between us as leaders and others being properly held in Parliament for the benefit of our people, but that we're not used for people to advance private agendas and to attack those that are trying to do their jobs properly. So maybe there needs to be legislative changes, but I think it's a very, very important question. And I think that will definitely happen once my term is over, but hopefully others will experience, true accountability in Parliament in the sense that it was intended to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Batoyi. Is there any other question on the floor or comment? Don't worry, Nole prosecutors are out today. You won't be prosecuted for asking a tough question. There's at the back there.
Good morning, Advocate. Thank you for that great address. My name is Tracy Dube. I'm from Good Governance Africa. And just from a non-compliance perspective with regards to consequences, and just from in terms of accountability, we do see SAPS actively stating cases in terms of arrests, whether it's on a quarterly or an annual basis with regards to corruption and etc. But what we don't see come across as, effectively is then state prosecution saying out of those arrests, how many people were tried and prosecuted and found guilty. Because we find that arresting isn't necessarily being convicted of a crime. So then how can we bridge that gap in terms of statistics and just in terms of consequence management and ensuring that the data is publicly available? Thank you.
Sorry, the data is publicly available. We report to Parliament on all of these, all the stats are given. It's also in our annual report. So all of those, but you must understand that arrests don't always translate, as you correctly said, into prosecutions and ultimately maybe convictions. And we also we're working with the police to try to get to a point where, you see, when you have a metric as arrests, then it actually incentivizes people to arrest, right? And you must arrest the right people. So we can have thousands of arrests, but if we don't arrest kingpins and we don't arrest people at the higher echelons of the ladder of corruption, we're not going to solve the problem. So we have to make sure that we are very strategic and targeted in terms of just numbers of arrests don't necessarily mean that we're solving the problem. We've got to make sure that we're strategic about it. So, but we do all our stats out there, and yeah, we report to Parliament as well. Thank you.
I'm sure we can squeeze in one last one.
I don't want to be arrested for speeding. I'm so sorry. We are late. I thought 1 o'clock will be fine.
Did I spot going once, going twice, going normal? Advocate Batoyi, thank you so much for gracing us with your participation in today's occasion. We really wish we had time and would have taken advantage of. I certainly have prepared for quite a few questions, which I hope we'll be able to still send them via email to you. But be that as it may, ladies and gentlemen, as we see of Advocate Batoyi from the stage, please a round of applause to her. Without much ado, I would like to invite onto the podium Ms. Tsepe to come and give us a few remarks. Thank you, Ms. Tsepe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on the protocol of Public Protector earlier this morning. It's an absolute honor to be here to come and share some of our experiences as a compliance institution in South Africa. As you all know, the Competition Commission is what we would call a compliance institution. It is established by the Competition Act. It is an independent body subject only to the Constitution and the law. It must be impartial and perform its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. It is tasked with enforcing competition law in the country to prevent restrictive practices, to review measures and acquisition, and this is done in order to promote a competitive, efficient economy that benefits all South Africans and enhance participation of all the marginalized people of our country, especially small and medium enterprises and firms that are controlled and owned by historically disadvantaged persons. And our Act recognizes that South Africa, the democratic South Africa, inherited a highly concentrated economy that excluded the majority from participating. Therefore, the Act requires the Competition Commission and other institutions established in terms of the Act to not only address anti-competitive practices, but to promote an inclusive and transformative economy. So what the Act really does is prohibit certain conduct, what I call restrictive conduct. And that could be a cartel conduct. And this conduct essentially is conduct that happens between competitors, what we call parties in a horizontal relationship. And then it also prohibits abuse conduct of dominance, and that is conduct that happens as between parties in a vertical relationship. I'm going to speak a little bit more on cartel conduct because it is this conduct in particular that is akin to what we would call corruption, because this is a conduct where essentially competitors meet together and try and agree prices that they will charge members of the public, and in particular the one form of conduct what we call bid rigging. And bid rigging, especially in public procurement, is regarded as an egregious form of contravention of competition law. Here what you have is that you have would-be competitive tenderers who decide to meet in order to rig the tenders that they will be going out to tender. In public, especially in public procurement, the OECD has done a study where they show that in OECD countries, 13% of public procurement is often hit by bid rigging, and it has a significant financial implication in finances of public states. And some of the examples I wanted to talk about what the competition authorities have dealt with in this area has been the bread cartel. You will recall around 2006, the Competition Commission uncovered a bread cartel where producers of bread had met together to agree on the price of bread that they will charge the consumers, and this a staple food that affect the lowest income consumers in the country. The other case I wanted to speak about is in the construction, the cartel that we uncovered in the construction of the stadia during the 2010 FIFA World Cup. And this was a typical bid rigging case where big construction firms in the country sat together to determine prices and who would win which of these bids against a government. This, as I have said, increases costs of public procurement in the country and has a negative impact on consumers and on government finances more specifically. So what do we do? As a compliance body, in our view, it is important to ensure that market participants comply with the provisions of the Act. The Commission has employed a number of mechanisms to ensure effective compliance with the Competition Act. This, in my view, I thought for purposes of this conversation, these are practical things that we're seeking to do to ensure that there is compliance in the market, and that as we look to enforce, we're not just only using the carrot, but we also, the stick, but we also look at how the carrot can help. This, what we do is what we call soft law, and this is using advocacy tools as a mechanism to create public awareness education of the provisions of the Act to ensure that we make sure that market participants comply with the Act. And I will come to that later on. The next is what we call hard law, and that is enforcement of the provisions of the Act. And Advocate Batoyi has spoken a little bit more on that. How do we ensure compliance through soft law? I believe one of the critical things that we need to be doing as compliance institutions is to provide legal certainty for market participants, to the consumer, and to the public more broadly. In our case, the law enables us to provide guidelines, to provide directions in this way. And publishing guidelines, we believe, is another way of providing some certainty. And these guidelines, in our view, provide guidance to market participants on where the boundaries may lie, on what conduct will contravene the Act. So it's important to ensure that we look back at some of the enforcement activities we would have done and say, in these cases, and in some of the cases that the courts have pronounced on, what are the kind of activities do we determine as contravening the Act? A typical example following the FIFA World Cup was we issued guidelines on bid rigging in public procurement. And what we did here, Madam Speaker and Public Protector, was to target a number of players. First is public procurement officials, to say, these are the kind of things you need to look at when you receive tenders, to see that these are the kind of conduct that may indicate that there is some kind of a contravention. And then to say to market participants, these are the conduct. If you do this, this is what it means. You would have contravened the Act. And then to say to members of the public, if you are aware of these kind of conduct, you need to inform both public bodies, but also us as a competition authority on how we do this, on these conduct to enable us to enforce. Another mechanism of creating legal certainty is creating jurisprudence. And this is looking at cases and making sure that we take the right kind of cases to the courts, where the courts create a jurisprudence, and that jurisprudence is what creates certainty to the market. In doing this, I think agencies must take deliberate steps to build jurisprudence through careful selection of cases to bring to court based on gaps that we would have identified in existing jurisprudence. And what this does is it helps us to proactively deal with conduct that may still come, because what you're doing to participants is you are creating certainty to say these kind of behaviors have been sanctioned by the court and will become a contravention of our law. How do we choose? How do we ensure that we have effective enforcement? And I think this requires a critical intervention. Firstly, we need to develop strategic, proactive approach to enforcement, and not just to rely on reactive complaints that come from members of the public. And so in this way, it allows us to have good quality investigation, good quality decision-making to instill public confidence in the work that we do as public authorities. And when we go to adjudicative bodies, be them tribunals or courts, it ensures that we present proper cases before them that allows, as I said, for good decision-making by our courts and by our tribunals. To determine priorities for enforcement, I think within the medium-term objective is quite key. And in our case, what we have done is we look at sectors of the economy that where there are cases of anti-competitive behavior. And how we do that is we do research into different markets that we conduct. And in particular, we look at these sectors where there could be dynamics or structural intervention that affect levels of competition. And when we do that, then we're able to introduce the kind of intervention that allow for deliberate effort to identify specific areas of initiation of investigation and thus appropriate enforcement. But research also enables us to look at advocacy and guidance as another intervention, because in some instances there may be some contravention, but the contravention may not lead to appropriate prosecution. This assessment, in our view, as I said, should be based on the impact that can be achieved by the agencies for impactful outcomes for both consumers and the public more broadly. Our prioritization has been around low-income consumers, participation by SMEs and HDIs in the economy, and broadly aligning government priorities to develop the economy. And as you all know, the priorities currently of the 7th administration are to create an inclusive economy, to deal with job creation, poverty alleviation, and the high cost of living in the country, but importantly, creating a capable, ethical, and developmental state. These priorities fortunately align with the mandate of the Competition Commission, and we are therefore able, through our own strategic intervention, to look at this and ensure that in our medium to long-term prioritization, we shape competition in each of these sectors to ensure that we get the outcomes we require. But also, responsiveness to short-term crisis matters in these instances. Our intervention during the COVID pandemic and the current food inflation crisis has highlighted the importance of competition agencies to be responsive to short-term market crisis. And this will prevent issues of price gouging, facilitating cooperation with other government agencies to mitigate and respond to crisis, and protecting consumers from high cost of essential food prices. Performance may be measured by how quickly and decisively the agency's response to either prevent or bring relief from exploitation of the crisis, whilst acknowledging the agency is one of the many government tools that may be used to deal with the crisis. Mr. Kasses has just informed me about time, but I think I'm just speaking about some of the intervention we have put in place to ensure that we do what we do. But I think, and the speaker and some of the speakers earlier on, and I think it was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice raised this. Performance of our work must be assessed on the efficient use of the resources that we get, that is allocated to us. And I think as public entities using taxpayers' monies, we need to be conscious on how we use this, the money that has been allocated to us because of the limited, the fiscal constraints government find itself in. And I think prioritization of the work we do therefore means we have to be very focused on dealing with those cases that bring about the most impactful outcome. Sound governance principles to be adopted by the institutions themselves, impartiality and autonomy, making sure that when we do the work that we're doing it without fear or favor or interference, both by the public sector or the private sector, to ensure what I spoke about, public confidence in the work that we do. Accountability and proper reporting, both to the executive and to the legislature, to ensure transparency, allowing stakeholders and the public to hold the commission to account for the work that we're doing. Checks and balances matter. The structure of the Competition Act is such that there are other competition bodies, the Competition Tribunal, the Competition Appeal Court, which have been established as credible, independent institution to check on the work of the competition to ensure that there is proper governance in competition regulation enforcement in the country. So I believe that if we are to be able to hold others to account, we also must be held to account in the way that we use the resources and ensure compliance with our act. I think I'll end here and thank you and look forward to your conversation further. Thanks.
Let's try this. Still not working. Thank you, Commissioner Tsepe, for those wonderful remarks. And mindful of the time constraints that we're working on, so I'm also going to request or open for one question from the floor. But before I do that, question that I would like to pose to you, if I may, and that has got to do with your role. I know that you play a dual role. On the one hand, you account to Parliament for what you do, but those whom you grant measures or decisions also have to comply with you. So in other words, you may be playing a monitoring role as well. So the question is, what are some of the most pressing challenges your institution face when trying to enforce compliance, and how do you overcome them?
I think I'm going to stand close by so that when I'm dealing with the questions, I don't have to move. Thank you so much for that question. I think one of the key issues is that when we approve a measure, for example, we will approve a measure with certain conditions. But for those conditions to be implemented, monitoring and evaluation is absolutely critical. We have established a monitoring unit within the measures and acquisition unit. But I think what we're finding more and more is that even in other contravention, for example, a cartel conduct, we sometimes put in place some other conditions. So a monitoring and evaluation unit within measures and acquisition is actually not good enough. In market inquiries, for example, you would have seen the online intermediation platform market inquiry. There are a number of conditions that we put in place for various market participants, and that requires monitoring as well. What is the biggest challenge is availability of resources to be able to monitor all of this. But what we're looking at, given fiscal constraints, is creating a unit, and that unit is the unit that we will use to look at all conditions across the board. But we rely also on the public and other market participants. And that's why for us, awareness and advocacy is so critical. We need to say, these are the decisions we're making, these are the conditions we're putting in place for all of these decisions, and make sure that we have members of the public coming to us to inform us that we saw that conditions, but in fact it's not being implemented. And we saw that particularly with employment conditions, we've created a very good relationship with the trade union movements who come to us and say, we're seeing there's a retrenchment in one of those meshed entities where there was a condition or moratorium on retrenchment. So all of these we have to use. So collaboration with NGOs, with trade unions, with the public more broadly, but with all other entities of government is what will enable us to ensure that we monitor and ensure that these conditions are in fact implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any question or comment from the floor? Otherwise, I'm going to abuse my position and make it worth all the breathing on my neck that I got when we started with time constraints. There being no question, if you don't mind, Commissioner Tsepe, I would like to ask you, I know you mentioned the role that civil society and media could play in supporting competition commission, ensuring compliance. But the final question for me would be, somebody's breathing on my neck again. Anyway, the question is, what further role can oversight and compliance bodies play in state capacity building? And here I'm talking from the legislator perspective, particularly in the context of improving service delivery and governance in state organs, whether it be to ensure that in economic inclusivity as one of the goals of government, using the competition commission as an instrument to enforce that. What is it that government or the legislature, parliament in other words, could be doing to enhance what is currently in place?
Thank you. Government already does this. The legislature already does this through the portfolio committee. When we go to the portfolio committee, they ask us about some of the targets that we put in place to ensure that we comply with the mandate that is given to us in the Competition Act. One of the interesting thing about our act is that while most Competition Act globally concentrate only on competition or anti-competitive outcomes, our act having taken cognizance of the fact that we inherited a highly concentrated economy that excluded a majority of our people, put in place what we call public interest provisions within the Act. And so in that, we needed to ensure that we create an inclusive and transformative economy. And so part of that work requires actively looking to have more people participate within the economy. And as I've said, SMEs, firms owned or controlled by historically disadvantaged persons. And we need to put programs in place, working with other entities in government to ensure that we remove barriers to entry for these firms to be able to participate, to engage with funding institutions, DFIs of government, to ensure that there is funding for these institutions once those opportunities have been created. And this is part of the work that Parliament calls us to account when we go there to ensure that we do this work. So I think that role is there as an oversight, and they need to constantly and continuously call us to account on that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Commissioner Tsepe. I've been given another task while I'm at the podium. I'll make a following announcement that we are going to curtail, we're going to break into breakaway sessions, and that should be for a maximum of 30 minutes. And then the breakaway rooms are as follows. Ekurhuleni 4 and Guatemala will be on my right. Am I correct? And then Ekurhuleni 5 will be on my left. Apparently there are no color codes, so you're gonna have to follow each other and see where the first one leads you. But with that said, we will then be reporting back on the plenary after 30 minutes, or is it after lunch? Or is it after 30? After lunch. Okay, so we'll report back onto plenary after lunch, which shall be at 13:30. With that said, my role, I believe, is done. Okay, just 1 second. Breakaway one is monitoring accountability and transparency in government, which shall be the Okuruleni 4 on my right, on your left. And then the Ekuruleni 5, I think I'm mixing them up, am I right? Am I right? Okay. Then the section on effective private sector governance will be in Ekuruleni 4. Ekuruleni 5, which is on my left. Lerato, please come in. I think I'm making it worse. I'm not winning. Consider what I've just said, not void.
Get up. This is so good. All right. Blame it on age, 45 plus. All right, let's reestablish this. So on this side, which is my right, we have Ekuruleni 4 and Guatema. On my left, we have Ekuruleni 5. And so the sessions will move as follows. We will have the monitoring, accountability, and transparency in governance through parliamentary oversight and good governance, which will be moderated by DPSA. That will happen in Ekuruleni 4. Then we have strengthening oversight, compliance, and good governance in higher education, ombudsman's perspective, moderated by DPS, which will happen in Guatem, on my side, this side. On 5. All right, perfect. And then we have effective private sector governance, which will happen in Guatem. Yes. All right, does that make sense for everyone? However, for peace of mind, we do have people who are going to assign you. So just as you get to the rooms, you can triple check before you make your way into the room. All right, we will reconvene in the next 30 minutes and we'll break for lunch. Thank you. Hey,
What's going on here?
Now.
Yeah, in this hall.
Nothing. Do you want to stay here?
Eh?
Do you want to stay here?
No. I'll see you to join.
Okay, all right, okay.
But I was just asking for whether there's
No. Nothing. Yeah, then we'll come back.
She said.
Here we go. Thank you. Okay, that was. Thank you.
Okay. I will defend the switch.
I like the one.
Where will you be? Where will you be? Which session? 4. Okay.
Just like giving the people 5 minutes. Where's lunch?
I will announce that later on when we come back.
Are we coming back up?
Yes, we come back for me to announce the lunch and the way forward. Yeah, so that's why we said we convene in 30 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Is
it? Can you switch this off behind me? I think the guys forgot to switch it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. When I leave the dress, the real mandate. No, you're Which one? Oh, I know. Yes. Replay. Very nice. You're such a pro. Eh? I loved it. You're such a decorum. You got turned. No, it's important. We must have someone. He said, where's the alien? It's fine, I'll send. Oh, very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Lerato. Cook and play. Yes. Yes. I saw that. You can take my number. Okay. 083 209 2269. And say Lerato MC just remember. Awesome. All right. This one here. I believe it's oversubscribed. And the awkward part is when the footer is here. Is there another way of getting there? Let's see. Yeah. As I was saying that the feedback, right, should happen at that moment of wrap-up session that we have the power. Yes, but I'm wondering now, who's taking the responsibility of gathering the insights from this particular planning breakaway? It was, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I saw her leave here, now, left on to another. Oh, it's here. Talking of, really. Sorry. Yes. So are you able to move around the different rooms to gather greater sentiments and feedback?
I've spent 5 minutes in this one.
Okay. Is that side? And then have you been to this one here? Yeah, maybe start here. All right. So what I'm going to do then is ask him to come up during that wrap-up session to share on the first breakaway. Right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And then ask Advocate Kudu to give feedback on this on the second breakaway. Yeah. All right. Yes. Okay. Getting there. Okay. Let me go to the one that apparently it's oversubscribed. Oh, is it this one here? Okay. Yes. Yes. The lunch, can you show me? Apparently it's by the hotel restaurant. Is this the hotel restaurant? Okay. Okay. You order a drink and so the waiters will move around. Okay. All right. Let me just have a look there. Buena? Good. No, not yet. Oh, our eating already. That is that size for the bad. All right. So okay. And then when we release them for lunch, thank you, my darling. Thank you. Oh, straight. Hmm. Yes, because she's there. You know? So when we invite them back in, we will come when. So we do that. Time is gonna kill us. Come back down. Alright, can I leave this? Yes. Straight lunch. Okay. Yeah, then I'll go there and I'll go. Come. I just sadly ask him for 2 minutes to announce the lunch. Let me see what time is it, so that I can let him know what time we need breakfast. They've got 10 minutes. Okay, until 3:30. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Let me put them there 7 minutes. Exactly 3:30. I'll go. We can go. We can announce it. But it's good about 7 minutes. And then I'll come in. Oh, no. He won't. Yeah, so what I'll do is get off 7 minutes. And then, kiki mo, and 5. Basukiri. All right. Okay, thank you. You know what, let me do. I'm gonna go in. It's time is up. He's wrapped. He's announcing for lunch. And your area is division. Oh, okay, okay. So how long is it been now? 3 years. How long has it been office for? In 4 years, no? Oh. were supporting the previous. Mm. How was it? Mm. 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 You can. You can. Oh, yeah. Rather than committing and then understanding. Yeah, I'm talking manage in your face. Maybe look Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry. So until okay. Okay. And then I'm also going to ask them that they come back into the room with them. Might as well make the announcement. Are you sure? Come on. to interrupt. We've got about 2 to 5 minutes. That's okay. Yes, everything to do with food. Okay, we have our lunch. It's served. It's just across the, you see where you had your tea break earlier on. Just across, there is lunch that's served both on the right and left side. You are free to sit anywhere you want in the vicinity. There is beverages that are also on offer, soft drinks to be specific. And then please, can we get back? We convene in the main hall at 2 o'clock exactly. Thank you. About 2 to 5 minutes after the session. Oh, what's your next figure? Yes. I got that. Okay. And then that side. Okay, let me check. Duplication. Oh no. Then it becomes they instruct you on. So, all right. Maybe I have announcements. I think I should make it announcement. We go to lunch. Yes. Lunch. Just across. Yes. 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 Hello. No, Nikki, I'm gonna go eat one bata. It's a lunch. Okay. Sorry, I think someone is holding my bag. Oh, okay. Right here. Oh, nyabo. Oh, bag. Carrying it around. Oh. I need my out just while I'm having. Please, darling. Okay, when we are back in session. Oh, is it okay? I must know. Are you lunch? What's your lunch? Okay. 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 What's the wait? Go. Oh. Okay, all right. Yes, yes. Hello. Yes, 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 yes. You mean after the? No. We have to be done by 4:30. Yeah, please. I also wanna. So now the question. Someone asked me, are we going back to the hotels to change, or what's happening? Or they can go and change if they want. Because what the one is cut. I need to get to work about 4:30. We've got 4:30 to 6:30. Four. Okay. Okay. Yes. Some people just, they only set a two. Yeah. Yeah.
Then she was also suggesting that maybe the report that only happens after the.
Yes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up and then introduce Advocate Google.
Okay.
And then she'll take over, gives you time as well to gather your thoughts for the feedback session. I will call you the feedback session. Yeah. Yeah. We are bringing people in. Hmm?
People continues getting that crazy.
Okay.
Now the collagen.
Now the collagen things?
They were not.
Okay. Okay. With the collagen details. Okay, sharp. Okay. No problem. Yeah.
And then report back, and then it's done today. And then the cocktail, Nyana, mingling, leading to the dinner. So we'll have the dinner. So this is what I want.
In here.
Yeah, it will be here. So we're mingling outside and
Sorry?
cocktailing. They'll be sitting up for the dinner.
A bell. Yes, please. I'm gonna need that.
I want you to announce that. So remember now the program does not show the dinner program anymore.
No, QR code with the dinner details. Yes. That's what's been updated.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to announce it because if they're using it here, then people
Yes.
say we will break for mingling cocktail session.
Yeah.
Lead up to dinner back. It's going to be back there, but we'll move out while we're setting up.
Okay. So people are not gonna go to change. Nothing of the sort. There's no time. There's no time.
So we started, but the dinner we start around 6.
Yeah.
Because we want to finish by 4 so that we give them enough time to set up.
Okay.
Then the formal dinner sit down start at 6. But I don't want it to be empty.
Oh, when
hence we are giving the drinks to mingle
to keep them going.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. All right. All right. We need to get people in. Can you help me get? Yeah, I did it here. Yeah. We need to get people in. Otherwise, it's gonna take time. I'm gonna go do outside. Hey. Oh. Just thought, let me help you. Pretty ready. Hello. Oh, I'll get water. Let me get water. Hello. All right. Oh. Girl, I've got you. I've got you. And I can see that you're already into the black and white. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Going back inside, yeah? And then we'll announce the panel. Oh, okay. You know, that is my aim. So we don't have a choice. We have to be out of here at for latest 4:30 because we need to set up this for the dinner. So we have to. We don't have a choice. Yeah, yeah. So even my comment is going to be to the point. Move it. And I've left a lovely note there for our next moderator, time. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, cookies, no. Ah. Mm.
Yeah. But no, she was in the way I don't develop.
In the car that he's driving. Boom. Yeah, guys. She still having lunch. Okay. Because she ate already. But now, because if she's not out yet, then I can start. At least if she's, the other ones can come in whenever they want, but we can start programs. Yeah, I can't start without her. Okay. Half past 2. Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah. What I gotta do? Did you scan? Did you scan like? Yeah, scan this. Oh, doesn't work. No, but it's been updated on the QR code. Yes, yes. Oh, we're still gonna fill that gap. No, because there's entertainment dinner. It must be a, yeah. Who? Does she have to? Because she wasn't on the program. No. Mm-mm. We've got 2 people that are speaking. Oh, I left my iPad there. But we've got 2 people only that are speaking. And I think that is ample because I did. I think it's supposed to be 3. The third being the keynote. Mm. Yeah. Yes. And it's been a long enough day. It doesn't have to be replaced. Is what I'm. It doesn't have to be replaced by something else. Yeah, I think so.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Not on.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. No, I'm not hearing myself. Maybe. One, two, maybe it's not true. 1, 2. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Please, may I ask that you please take your seats as we step into the last segment of our day, our formal day together. And there's a very specific reason why I say formal agenda. But before I get there, how was, just by a show of hands, who enjoyed? Was lunch good? Yes? Was it the beef stew? It was the beef stew, right? All right, I hope it was to your liking, but more importantly, I do hope that you were able to extract value from the breakaway sessions that we had. Following those sessions, we will invite Mr. Deborokas back on stage, and he will just give a synopsis of what was highlighted in the different breakaway sessions, because he was able to move across the different rooms. Before we get there, there is a very, very important announcement that I would like to share. If you scan the QR code once again, you will now see that there is a third part of our agenda that has been added. And that's a very, very exciting part. We're going to be enjoying dinner and entertainment right here from around 6 o'clock, 6 for 6:30. So that part of the agenda, I believe, was not on the actual program that you may have received. It does actually exist. It's going to happen here, round tables, beautiful music, great food. That is what we're going to enjoy together. So we do invite you that after this session, there are drinks that will be served, some refreshments between around 4:30 to 6:30. And then, of course, we will come back here and enjoy dinner and refreshments together. All right. I think I need to just indulge me a second. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, nod your head. Yeah, you see now. It's always that one. It's always that one. Had to make sure that we are alive, ready, and energized for our next plenary session, or rather our next panel discussion. And this will be moderated by Advocate Gugu Timani, who is the Deputy Director General at the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. A round of applause, please, as she takes to the podium.
Good afternoon to everyone. I just hope you had a good lunch and did some catching up with the colleagues. We are on the session, the moderation, and I've got two panelists who are supposed to come up front. We have General Masondo. General, if you can just come up front, and Prof Makanya. I'm not sure whether Prof is here. Is Prof here? Prof, can you come? Those are the two panelists for this session. Maybe just as an overview, just to give a hint in terms of the priorities of government, we had 7 priorities for 2019-2024 under 6 administration. We are finalizing the plan for 3 priorities. I think we had a sense that the priorities were too many, the targets were too many. The commitment of building of a capable, ethical, and developmental state still remains for these 7 administration. It tells you that this priority is a very, very important priority. And I've been given an opportunity to chair the technical cluster, which is the governance, state capacity and institutional development, the GSKIT, which reports on this priority of building of a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The government is very serious about appointing those with capability, with skills, those who are ethical. Hence, we have an anti-corruption strategy and the development agenda in terms of the National Development Plan. But I think the key question is about the citizens, because we can have all these plans and all these programs, for as long as they don't touch the ground, they are not yielding any results, there's no impact, it becomes an issue. So the purpose of this session now is about the Batupili principles. You know that when the new dispensation just came in, that was the first framework on the people first, that's the meaning. And later, the purpose of this session is about the Batupuli principles and Ubuntu as a universal standards in oversight and compliance frameworks. Ombudsman values are very key. The key question in terms of, are we leading with integrity? That's a key question. Are we leading in a fair manner? And are we leading with compassion or with empathy? So the panelists that are here, they're going to respond on this topic. Allow me to introduce the key panelists. I'll start with the Prof Makanya. I would say is my principal because I've studied with UNISA. Yeah, as you know, that Prof is one of the scholars in the country, one of the scholars that has been produced by this country. I'll try to summarize the bio for the sake of time. He has been a vice chancellor for University of South Africa. We used to say University of the country, Prof. And the deputy vice chancellor, and we know that he's an advocate and activist on the issues of higher education. And he has played a very critical role in terms of some of the position he held in terms of being an ambassador for Magna Carta Observatory, and has been a past president for Higher Education and Training and Learning Association. Currently, Prof, he's one of the commissioners. As you know that we've got a chapter 10 of this constitution, and the commissioners are appointed by the President of the Republic of South Africa. He's one of the commissioners in the country, as governed by the Constitution and the Public Service Commission Act. In terms of the qualification, he's got a Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Pretoria. He's got a master's degree Sociology, UKZN. He's got an honors degree on sociology from University of Fort Hare, that's my alma mater. And then he's got a BA degree as well from that University of Fort Hare. And then he's got other postgraduate certificates. Then allow me to also introduce a second panelist, which is General. I would say he's also an emeritus, General Vusimuzi Masondo. As you know that we also have an ombudsman, military ombudsman. He's a second military ombudsman in the country. He has spent most of his career in the South African National Defence Force, 43 years experience. And as you know that the country come from that liberation program, he has been very active on the Mkhonto military aspect, and has been a chief of staff for South African National Defence Force, and he has done some work in the SADC country, and he's got a BCom degree and certificates on the field. So just to say, the topic, just to take you back, it's about the Batupili principles, and it's about the issues of Ubuntu, the oversight, the values from the ombudsman perspective. Integrity is one of the key values, the issues of fairness and the issues of compassion, or whether we say empathy. So allow me to give this opportunity to Prof. Prof, I think we can do this in 10 to 15 minutes so that we can manage time. And then after that, General will follow, then we'll have a discussion. Then they are going to respond, then we'll have recommendation, and then we'll close the session. Thanks. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Just to say that I stand on the protocols as they were presented earlier by the Public Protector. But just to greet my fellow presenter here, Lieutenant General Masondo. So the topic, of course, does not depart from the theme of what we are gathered to do here. So I'll try to gallop on this one and assume that we are going to have a discussion later. So I think we all have to appreciate that what had happened in our country is that 2024 marks the 3 decades of our democracy. And although we are talking about it, as a significant milestone, we begin then to say, let's look back at where we were in 1994. I think we all had these aspirations that as a country, 30 years down the line, we will be walking in the park, as it were, in the context of our own successes as a country. This is largely as a result of the inheritance of the kind of leadership, that we had at the time, but also what was put in place, that began to give us that clear imagination, when we begin to look forward, as a step back. Now, unlike 1994, albeit now in this case different guise, our country finds itself, on the precipice of deep societal divisions, general malfeasance, and without a moral compass, to place it on a path in which aspirations of our constitution and the creation of a truly capable ethical and developmental state are realized. I think you may obviously have had an opportunity of having a gaze on the intercalamity scenarios, that have been shared with South Africans, recently, where you discover that what we are talking about from the perspective that they make on the scenario planning is that we are currently finding ourselves in what they refer to as a Gwara state. The Gwara state, as they put it, is an environment where you find that, the context is that one that is marked by decay. So where the contestation is consistent and you simply cannot have any imagination about whether you can emerge out of this kind of conundrum, that you find yourself in. But simultaneously, they are providing the kind of understanding that when we think about where we want to be, we need to be conscious of the fact that we can actually build ourselves up to be where we want to be. And they're talking in this instance about a Nile walk, scenario. So as you can think about it, what it simply says translates to being in step with the future that we're talking about, being in step with an understanding of the reality of constitutionalism that we had all accepted, as we emerged out of an apartheid state into democracy. So, but as we all know, that is not where we are. So the question is, where to from here, and how do we manage that? Now, this is obviously more aptly demonstrated by what we had experienced in 2021. I mean, we talk about the insurrection at that point, but I think looking fairly closely, it tells you about largely lawlessness in our country. But at the same time, it talks about economic depression, because what we've experienced, is something that I don't think anyone in any imagination could have foreseen, that we were going to find ourselves in that situation at that stage. Now, we are sitting in a situation where, as we understand, that there is this collapse of our moral framework as a country. Now, this is actually needs to be looked at in contradistinction with where we were when we spoke about these Batupili principles, because it was very clear, informed by our own constitution that was actually being built at that stage, that envisaged a country where non-racialism, where the question of recognition of gender parity, the question of ensuring that you recognize the human dignity as people come before you, who they are, that you are not worried about anything else. But the question that we have to confront is that we are far from that at this point in time. So the Constitution, obviously, in its preamble, speaks about these fundamental values. Now, they are spelled out in Section 195 for our own Constitution, and then they inform our own existence. So largely, as we are a Section 196 organization, but our existence is informed by these constitutional values and principles. So, which then begins to say that whatever we look at, we do so with the lens of these constitutional values and principles. So the reality that we are talking about here is that these values, in the public administration and public service, means that every public official must be cognizant of the display of morality and humanity towards fellow or public servants, stakeholders, and most importantly, the citizens that they serve. Now, I want to draw this in a simpler kind of understanding that says that, when we talk about morality, morality is not something that you pretend to do. It's something that is innate. It's something that grows within you with time. So you look at it within the context of saying, when you come, let's say a young person come onto this world, we say they come as individuals. But what shapes them is the society around them, starting with their own family and the population around them. What happens in the context of that is that that influence begins to say society begins to live inside them. So much as they're individuals, the I, then society begins to exist on the other hand, which is the me. Now, how they then get to interact is that they interact within that consciousness of saying that even if I'm an individual, but I'm responding to anything that confronts me within the normative value system of my own society. Now, we are saying within the context of our constitutional democracy, this is the value system that we said it's going to be embedded within each and every individual, which will then say that immediately when I open my eyes, anything that I do is informed by this value system. Do you understand? Now, what we are saying, if we begin to look into the crises that we have experienced, it says that we are far off the mark. Because what the values are saying and what we are doing are actually the north and south. Now, where did things go wrong? Did we fail to socialize our society in the right kind of space? Did we fail to socialize our public administration within the right space? Did we fail to socialize our own private sector within the same space? Because what it does is to talk about the population of a country rather than a particular segment. So to what extent are we now talking about a socially cohesive society that lives the kind of meaningful life that is informed by these values? Now, we then turn around and say, oh, we are in serious trouble as a country. Now, we say, what we need then to do here is to say this must be happening against the background of respecting, protecting, promoting, and fulfilling the rights in the Bill of Rights as enshrined in Section 7.2 of our Constitution. Now, given this contextual background, I want to say then, let's ask ourselves a question. Whether the title that we're talking about here, Batupili Principles and Ubuntu as universal standards in the oversight and compliance frameworks is appropriate, and why we are not talking about the fundamental rights, values, and principles of the Constitution as the universal standard. This is a deliberate question. So I'm raising it in order to raise our levels of consciousness to say that when we do these things, let's do them consciously and not do them because it happens to be part and parcel of the Constitution. Because that is not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to live within us. That is why we talk about these values being embedded in each and every one within our own society. So now, after 30 years of our democracy, we ought to have gone beyond the simple textual interpretation of this public administration system in section 195 and to the realization of our aspirations of a transformative nature of the Constitution, in which the respect for the fundamental values is enshrined, becomes a daily part of life. Now, can you imagine what society are we talking about? We are talking about a society where it will become natural almost to begin to do what is right. It will become natural to respect the other because you see yourself in the other. Now, what is happening within our own society is a contradiction in terms, because you find that much as all these values are understood, the understanding is that they sit in the Constitution. They sit in a document rather than them being embedded within ourselves, which is where fundamentally our problem lies. Now, we look at this one, we say, as the Constitutional Court held in Kamakiel judgment, our Constitution is not merely a formal document regulating public power. It also embodies, like the German Constitution, an objective normative value system. What it simply says is that it determines the standard of our own behavior. So which means that my behavior is not determined by the fact that there are people around me. My behavior is determined by the fact that this Constitution lives inside me. It has become a society within me that determines the way in which I conduct myself. So we are saying that if we can succeed at this level, we stand no chance of running to a crisis of corrupt individuals, of these individuals who are maiming our own women and children and so on, because it tells you that they have actually regressed from being human beings. They no longer qualify to be human beings. They are living a substandard of life that is far off the mark when it comes to the Constitution. Now, these are fundamental values that we need to reclaim as a society if we want to move on. Now, we say the progressive nature of our own Constitution, in that constitutional arrangement, has recognized this African customary principle of Ubuntu as a constitutional value that is important in many areas of the law in the interpretation of the Bill of Rights. So what it does is that it says that when you look at a human being, you see a human being. You don't see anything else that is less than a human being. That is why you find that when you speak about Ubuntu, under normal circumstances, if you begin to read literature, it tells you that in this country, at some point in time, human beings loved one another to a point where they will actually offer their own house to a person who did not have a roof on their head. What does it say? They will offer even food. They will offer something to drink simply because they had love of others. Now, what then have we lost as a society? We spoke about Batupili principles and we did the complete opposite. I mean, we're behaving like criminals. You know how criminals behave? They will actually walk in here and tell you about the beauty of ethics. And they will speak in a manner where you feel like, I'm a changed fellow after this fellow has spoken. But you'll be shocked when you walk outside, you'll find them standing with criminals exchanging brown bags. Now we say, but this is a fellow that was speaking right now. This is the kind of society that we have. We find schizophrenic individuals who can't come to terms with what they say from what they do. So which is where the fundamental problem lies. Now, we look now at what Anthony Tetton says. Says he believes that the country that has been hoodwinked by soothsayers whose use of persistent narratives and buzzwords such as Ubuntu, social cohesion, economic transformation, and rainbow nation have become an opiate that keeps everyone in perpetual bondage. So the understanding is that because you speak about it, then it happens. That is far from the truth. You can speak until you are blue in the face. It's not going to happen if you don't do it. So that's really where the problem lies. Now, he therefore argues that for our country to prosper and succeed, we must, in his words, reclaim our right to use words with sharp edges and that are capable of precision messaging. So what does this basically translate to? That what we do is that we say, I'm going to be moving forward with my left foot. As I say, let my left foot move. If I say now, my right foot is going to move, let it move. So what does it mean? It means I actually lead by example. So I don't expect anything else that I don't do. That is why people will tell you that if you want to build a society, start with your own family. If you do the right thing within the family, the young people who are growing up there will be observing what is happening, and they will go and practice that. But what has happened in families is that we have stopped also being parents. I've seen it in reality, where I find that my own friends who are school principals will tell me that, you know, Prof, I actually invite parents to a school meeting. They don't show up because they don't believe that there's anything that they have to do in the school, yet their own children are at that school. So which tells you that we have actually outsourced our own responsibility. What have we done? We've outsourced the responsibility of parenting. We've outsourced the responsibility of running our own homes. We've outsourced even the responsibility of the dignity that we're supposed to have. Where have you ever seen a society that can actually say, I want to be fed by the state? The state provides the resources, but they will actually go out and cry foul to say the state should have sent somebody to come and take the spoon and feed me, and not just provide the resources. That is how we have degenerated as a society, which says that there is something fundamentally wrong that has happened that we need to address almost immediately, otherwise we're in serious trouble as a country. Now, we are saying the country will require a reset in our own narrative and a paradigm that is consistent with the fundamental rights and values of our Constitution, in which our leadership are ethically bound to become servants of the Constitution. You know, the Constitution is just a document that was created by our own leaders who wanted to see us living a normal life. But we've chosen to throw it away and live the kind of life that we live today. All that I'm simply saying is, if we want to relive that life that they had envisaged, we have to go back to the same Constitution. There is no magic in it. We say ethical leadership, finally, being ethical in what you do, but more importantly, in who you are. As Mahatma Gandhi says, service without humility is selfishness and egotism, because it means that you don't have any regard for people around you, but only yourself. Now, the ethics that we need to talk about there, that they regulate our own conduct, but remember, I said, they must actually be within us. That code must be within us and not outside ourselves. Once we have that, we can then begin to talk about that we are subjecting ourselves to something that is fairly objective in this instance. Now, those constitutional values and principles, I'm not going to be getting onto them, but moving on just to say, as a high standard of professional ethics, this is representing the pinnacle in our value system that is explicit in section 195, an exercise of ethics as its core of the respect for the inherent dignity of others. It cannot be gainsaid that the Constitution demands a particular form of ethical leadership, which is based on the rights, values, and principles of the Constitution. So as we deliberate today, let us once again go back to our Constitution and understand that we are mere stewards of the state resources. State resources in this instance, inclusive of ourselves, because remember, we lead on behalf of. They might not even be conscious of the fact that we are doing that. But we have the responsibility of going back to them to say, by the way, we are doing this on your behalf. You can raise questions. You can fight with us. You can do all these things. But we fail to do such things. Now, finally, as I say, as our late president said, it is not our diversity which divides us. It is our ethnicity or religion or culture that divides us. Since we have achieved our freedom, there can only be one division amongst us, between those who cherish democracy and those who do not. As I always say, the problem does not lie with what we have, it lies with us. So we need to do something fundamentally, serious about extricating ourselves from the kind of conundrum that we are facing. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof.
Yes, and I understand Prof is a scholar on sociology. Yeah, but maybe just before we're going to summarize what he has said, let me allow the general himself, Masondo, to come. He's an ombudsman from the military sector. Over to you, General.
Thank you very much, moderator. Can I have my presentation loaded, please? Whilst they're doing that, the moderator in introducing me said I'm the former chief of the Defense Force. I want to correct that. I'm the former chief of the army. You know, in the military, misrepresentation of rank is a serious offense. I don't want to go back and the chief says, I'm told you go around telling people that you are the chief of the defense, Incidentally, earlier on, I was addressed by Ubabu Shopelap as a lieutenant, which is the entry level of officers in the defense. So I felt, hey, maybe I'm still very young. PP, esteemed delegates, I've been asked to speak on the topic of ombuds values, leading with integrity, fairness, and compassion. Now, the aim really is to share with conference delegates the ombuds values of integrity, fairness, compassion, and how ombudsmen should actually integrate these in their leadership styles. To do this, I will make a short introduction of the topic, and I will define certain key terms that are in the topic itself. And then I will discuss leading with integrity. I will then look at the factors affecting leadership credibility. And finally, I will also discuss fairness and compassion. And finally, I will conclude. By way of introduction, then, the intersection of oversight and compliance as tools of proper governance is critical for both institutional performance, delivery of public services, and maintenance of a general functional relationship between stakeholders. The Prof spoke at length about ethics, but ethics in government refers to moral principles that guide actions and decisions of leaders and organizations. These principles ensure that decisions are not only legal, but are also right and just. And generally, sound governance is predicated on integrity and should be underpinned by values of ethics, compassion, and fairness. Now, coming to key definitions, when we speak about values, we are speaking about principles or standards of behavior. That is one's judgment of what is important in life. Now, integrity is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles that you refuse to change. And fairness is the quality of making judgments that are free from discrimination. Judgments not in terms of court judgments, but judgments of behavior of people, circumstances, and events. I realize that I didn't do justice to this definition, and I would therefore want to share with you another one, which is impartial and just treatment or behavior without favoritism or discrimination. And finally, compassion, which is the quality of being sympathetic and having pity and concern for the suffering or misfortune of others. Now, before we can really understand what leading with integrity means, I think we need to look at the reasons why integrity is important for leaders. The prophet said that some of these values really were supposed to have been socialized into them as part of our upbringing in our homes and also in churches and those institutions, so that by the time we get into leadership positions, we are actually, they are innate in us, and we can live them easily. So the reasons is it is a foundation of earning and maintaining trust with followers. It fosters a culture of honesty, transparency, and accountability within organizations. It helps create a positive and ethical environment that encourages growth, innovation, and collaboration. And it distinguishes great leaders from average ones and can be the determining factor of success or failure of an organization. Now, looking at the impact of integrity on leadership performance, we know that leaders who operate with integrity are generally perceived as trustworthy and authentic by the teams that they are leading. And also they're able to create a positive work environment and enhance the performance of their employees. And generally, where they lead, the workforce there is satisfied and motivated. Now, the next question is, how can leaders demonstrate integrity in their workplace? It is by being honest, transparent, and accountable for their actions. You know, because if you tell people to do as I say, not as I do, then it creates some measure of dissonance. By creating a positive work environment where everyone feels valued, and by setting clear expectations for their team, but most importantly, to also hold themselves to those same standards. And by communicating openly and honestly with their team, even when the news isn't good. And finally, by demonstrating integrity in their actions and words, thereby setting an example for others and building a culture of trust in the workplace. Now, how do we develop and maintain a culture of integrity within the workspace? This you do by developing a strong moral compass that will create a sense of trust between employees and foster an environment of respect. Holding oneself and others accountable for actions and decisions, instilling a culture of open communication and transparency that ensures that every employee understands the organization's values and their role in upholding them. We know most institutions will have these values and all, but the manner in which we act on a day-to-day basis is not in line with those values. So values must not just be espoused, but we must actually live those values. And finally, nurturing a culture of integrity cultivates a sense of accountability, responsibility, and respect for one another, and create a more positive work environment. Now, I want to bring this back to within our institutions, the Ombudsman institution. So when we receive complaints about alleged acts, omissions, maladministration, improprietyness, and systemic problems within the Ombudsman jurisdiction, as defined in our legislative enactment establishing the office. That is, we must make sure that we remain within the mandate of our institutions and not entertain things that are outside that. We need also to exercise discretion to accept or decline to act on a complaint. So it means that if we receive complaints from our friends, we must not therefore push our staffs to deal with those complaints, even when they are not within the mandate. We should be able to operate by fair and timely procedures to aid in just resolution of a complaint or problem, and advising complainants to resort to litigation as a last resort, because they must have confidence in the fact that we'll be able to resolve their complaints in an equitable way. And of course, we must be able to quality assure our work and vet our reports before they are put in the public domain. I think we need also to be aware of the factors that can affect leadership credibility, especially in the environment of ombudsmen. Therefore, the ombudsman should not make change or set aside a law, policy, or administrative decision, or conduct an investigation that substitute for administrative or judicial proceedings, accept jurisdiction over an issue that is currently pending in or has been disposed of in a legal form, accept jurisdiction over the issue that the entity complained against has not had the reasonable opportunity to resolve it. And this is important because people must not just rush to the ombudsman without giving the institution they work for or they are interacting with a chance to actually resolve whatever complaint they have, and act in a manner inconsistent with the granting of and limitations on the jurisdiction of the office when she's discharging the duties of the Office of Ombudsman. Now we're going to discuss leading with fairness, and start by asking ourselves, why fairness in leadership? Fairness in leadership ensures that all voices are heard in the running of the organization. It offers everyone an opportunity to improve their situation through hard work and determination. Because these days, we know there are so shortcuts in life, and people feel that hard work does not have any value anymore. And there to prosper as a society, we must make sure that hard workers are rewarded. It ensures that decisions are made based on what is best for the group and not the leader. It builds trust and respect, and it allows creativity to flourish, as everyone is free to contribute their ideas without fear of retribution. And then we look at what is fair leadership. Fair leadership involves being considerate to your followers, ensuring that everyone is treated equitably, being open-minded and willing to listen to others' viewpoints. Because as leaders, we can also learn from our juniors. It does not mean because we're in leadership positions, we know everything. And being honest and trustworthy. Now, the next question is, how can fairness be promoted in the workplace? We can do it by ensuring that employees are given same opportunities and that no one is singled out unfairly and everyone is compensated fairly. By also making sure that decisions are made collaboratively wherever possible, and by not making promises you can't keep. Because people lose respect if you keep on making promises which you can't keep. and by always acting with integrity. Now, there are three ways in which leaders can display fairness. That is, in the way they relate to others, that is called fair attitude. Next, it is in the way they deal with others, right? A fair process. And finally, in the way they share results with others, fair outcomes. Now, bringing this home to Ombud institutions, we say decisions should be fair and seen to be fair by observing the principles of procedural fairness, and that we should conduct inquiries and investigation in a procedurally fair manner, and make findings about complaints based on facts, the law, and conclusions drawn from a thorough analysis of the facts that are before us, and apply principles of equity in resolving a complaint. The last value I'm discussing is compassion. And we start with a question: why is compassionate leadership important? We say it helps in gaining employees' trust. It improves employee engagement and collaboration. It increases employee retention and loyalty. And it encourages personal and professional growth. And it creates a work environment where employees feel safe and valued. And now, the next question is, what are the characteristics of a compassionate leader? These are leaders who are usually thoughtful and kind. They are supportive. They are open-minded. They are focused on what is best for their employees, and are committed to improving their team's happiness and encouraging people's differences. Because in a work environment, we come from different backgrounds and all, and we must acknowledge that if we work closely together, that can also enrich our work. Next, I'm looking at the ways to be a compassionate leader, which involves getting to know your team. Because if you don't know your team, you can't know things that they are passionate about, that you must be supporting them on. And the next is to listen and learn. And this listening means being able to listen with empathy, be able to understand what somebody is trying to say, and learn about their circumstances so as to be able to be supportive to them. And then creating team values that support your compassionate leadership strategy as a leader. That is looking at issues like collaboration, acceptance, open-mindedness, innovation, respect, and teamwork. And also, you should be able to show gratitude, not only to your high flyers within the organization, but even to those who are average workers, because it encourages them to try and do better. And also, you should then be able to remove barriers, that is, barriers between yourself and the staff, and also barriers in terms of the challenges that are there in the work environment, so that your employees or workers can perform best. And then you need to stay positive, because if as a leader you are a pessimist, you don't inspire confidence. Even in circumstances when things that are difficult, you need to try and be optimistic. Well, that in the military is a very important thing. Otherwise, your soldiers will not be able to fight wars for you. You must be transparent and supportive of employee wellness. How many? Okay, coming back to the issue of compassion in Ombud institution, wellness programs should be organized to ensure the well-being of staff, because sometimes you find staff are not performing well and you don't know the reasons, and yet when you provide that program, they're able to access it and to be able to be helped with their challenges. And instances of complainant vexatiousness, sorry, which causes stress and anxiety to good and committed caseworkers should be addressed promptly. And employees should be encouraged to undergo training to improve their investigation skills and ethical conduct. And complainants should be offered customer service feedback forms, as this helps with institutional assessment, review, and renewal. I'm finishing, my sister. Leading with compassion. In leading with compassion, institutional peer review and collaboration also aids in identifying areas of good performance and set standards, validating where processes and outcomes are working well, ascertaining what measures are best used in the ombuds setting to assess value for money, validating the processes used in individual cases, and helping offices to understand where further improvements can be made. I'm concluding now. Finally, the utility of ombudsman depends upon effective resolution of complaints, promotion of better public policy, and demonstrating relevance and reaching out to those who are vulnerable and marginalized and have nowhere else to turn. Being an ombudsman is a challenging art, not a dismal science, and values should not just be espoused, but we must live by them. Thank you.
Thanks, General, and thanks for that clarity. Sometimes you confuse the two, and I know that I once worked for correctional services, and it's an institution that comes from the military system. Issues of protocol and ranks, very sensitive about that. Yeah, but thanks very much. Colleagues, you have heard for yourself the Batupili principles in relation to your Ubuntu as part of the oversight, the accountability aspect. They've responded in terms of how do we have to lead with integrity, what entails that, fairness, and compassion. I think in summary, just before we allow colleagues, maybe you want to ask something, or maybe just to get a clarity. I have seen that there's a correlation between the two panelists on the subject, which for me is very key. On the issues that have been raised by Prof, key issues, I think what has been said, we are mandated to uphold the Bill of Rights, which is enshrined in our constitution. And the issues of consciousness, for me, that's very key to say. You must be conscious about your decisions, about your actions, about how you conduct yourself. And he also said the issues of value system, it must be inherent in our system. It must be part of our moral fiber. And I know that, Prof, coming from the sociology space, the issues of family structure is very important. And General has also touched in terms of the family values and the issues of churches. And somebody once asked a question to say, we have so many churches in South Africa, but we are found wanting in terms of morality. There's a contradiction there. So the other key issues that has been touched, the issues of stewardship for me is very critical, because as a leader, when you lead with integrity, with compassion, with fairness, if we have been mandated, we have been entrusted with the government resources, we are just a steward. Those resources are not yours. What is yours is your salary. The budget is for the people, is for those who are disadvantaged and those who are vulnerable, and for the citizens of the country. That's the summary. In terms of the issue, maybe it's summarizing the issues that have been touched by the general, which for me, it collaborates what the prof has outlined. The issues of the integrity, I think it's about issues of ethics, what kind of ethics and the standards and the behavior, which what prof has also touched to say, we need to be honest, we need to be moral, we need to make sure that we embody the moral principles. In terms of fairness, we need to make sure that we treat everyone fairly. And then in terms of, I think one issue that has touched, normally if you are ethical, even your performance will outline that you are an ethical person. And then we need to live by example, because it's another thing to talk about these languages and terms and the constitution, but in terms of the conduct, are we living by example? That's one issue which I think it came very strong. In terms of the strong moral fiber, which is an emphasis and the accountability in terms of our decision, how are we communicating? Are we transparent enough? And there's also touch on the role of the ombudsman to say, ombudsman is the last resort. I guess if you know other ombudsmen, whether it's your part protector, even in court, they'll say whether we have exhausted all the internal avenues before it actually comes to the ombudsman. And the other issue, the procedural fairness, is very, very, very important to say even the findings, any findings must be come with facts. You must make sure that your findings, it's collaborated by facts, by the principles of legality and the equity, because issues of equity is very important. I think, yeah, the issues of employee wellness, it's very important as well. And we need to make sure that as a leader, you must know your skills set of your team, uplift those that who are probably average, make sure that you match them so that at the end, you'll realize the performance and the issues of outcomes, value for money, again, in terms of whether what you are doing, because I know that the conference is not about terms, it's about whether whatever that you are doing, does it touch the citizens? Are we results driven? Are we impactful? Are we getting outcomes? That's very, very important, yeah. That's the summary. Without any waste of time, I want to allow, if there's anyone want to say something, or maybe there's a clarity from Prof or General so that you can have that engagement. Anyone want to say something, or you want to add, you need a clarity, or the message was loud and clear? Put my spectacles so that I can see who wants to say something. Any questions? I think we are fine, Prof and General. Oh, Advocate Sipanya, you want to say something? Mukhale, our chairperson for Gender Commission. A mic, let's make sure that we give a mic.
Thank you. Mine is to any of our panelists. I just wanted to find out what recourse should society provide to the victims of the backlash of those who stood up against corruption or unethical behavior, because unfortunately in South Africa, there's busloads of people who have had to leave their jobs, who have had their houses taken from them, untold suffering. Babita Decoran is still alive. What recourse can we put in place for those?
Okay, the issue of recourse for those who are victims, because when you are ethical, fighting corruption, you end up being a victim. We know people who have been pushed to leave their jobs. We know people who have been gunned down. Papita is one of them, where she stood her ground, but at the end, her life has been taken. So the issue of the recourse, it's a key question. I'm not sure between the two. Prof. Makanya, do you want to say something on the recourse aspect? You can also make an input, General.
Thank you very much for that question from the chairperson of the Gender Commission. I think that we are sitting with a real problem, as a society, because whatever mechanism that we can put in place, we talk about safe homes, and so on, as you'll hear what the public protector, will be saying. But at the end of the day, our biggest nightmare is our own society. You see, we are living in an environment where we assume too many things, and think that, perhaps there's some kind of a concoction somewhere which will do this magical wand. And unfortunately, that is not the case. So, and unfortunately also, some of the institutions that are supposed to be providing the kind of support that is desirable with society is also made up of charlatans. So, which means that we need to do the cleaning up process within our own society. I mean, at times I talk about perhaps our society needs some cleansing because it is corrupt to the core. That is why you find that those who do all these, things go back to society. At what point are we going to find ourselves that as families, my own son or my own daughter, I'll be prepared to take them to the justice system to say this one has committed a crime and I'm not going to allow this one in my house? At what point are we as a society going to stand up and say that this one is a drug lord who's actually killing our young people? We know them, but they have silenced society. That is why those who stand up then can be isolated. That is why they are removed from society. But you can imagine what will happen the day society says, now or no more. We shall stand up and stop the decay. That is the only time when things will change. You see, so we have to live in an environment where we can stand up and say, society cannot live another day in a manner in which things are currently happening. It can't live any other day. We know that it's happening across the board. It's not only just in our cities. We've always assumed that problems are in cities. In villages, we've seen what's happening. Innocent lives are taken away by criminals. But the interesting thing, by the way, is that the large portion of this crime is directed by people who are inmates. So which means that there's something fundamentally wrong with our system. Right in prison, they can actually orchestrate crime from A to Z. So we are not safe anywhere. I mean, I've been surprised to hear that in our country, there are people who make it very clear that I prefer to find an opportunity of being in prison because they say that I'll be safe in prison because the other gangster will not find me. But at the same time, they say I'll be safe in prison because I will actually want to be there, during the winter months. And I'll come back and continue with my life. So they plan these things. So we find that innocent members of society are not aware of what's going on. So these are serious problems that we have as a society. So much as we think that we have corrections, or correctional services, we need to dig deeper into what is going on there. So as a society, we have not begun to do our work. That's why I'm saying that we have a situation in our country where society has basically, since independence, just outsourced its responsibilities. Everything in this country is the state. It's a shocking experience. Everybody will tell you that no, the state must do this, the state must do that, the state must do that. Who has any responsibility? No one. So we need to move away from the current challenges that are confronting society and rebuild in a kind of conscious fashion. And then we'll then protect those who are prepared to stand up.
I think the Prof has covered. I know that tomorrow TG for DPSA, I think, will be presenting, and I know that they are working on some processes because you find people who can go out and lie about somebody and without consequences. And I know that there's some work to deal with that. I think the perspective was very good and straight to the point, and we really want to appreciate the two members of the panel for their insight, and you are a good audience. We have tried to cover the recommendation because when we had a brief, we were told that this is not going to be a talk show. It's going to be a conference that comes with resolution or with recommendations. And I know that there are scribers at the back. On that note, I want to say thanks very much. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. I think that's the end of my task. Thanks very much. Oh, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Very powerful indeed. A very powerful, thought-provoking conversation that we've just had, and a theme that kept coming up was servant leadership through the main principles of empathy. It was actually quite interesting because when I had lunch earlier, I was sitting with a young man and he said to me that, Lerato, I want to build solutions for the kind of person who, let's say they are blind and have a fear of going into town to access services. That is the person I want to solve for through the work that I do. And I thought that is exactly servant leadership, when onale that empathy that says, this is what I want to solve for beyond the face value. So thank you very much for that wonderful, insightful session. We will now hear from the scribes following the breakaway sessions that we heard earlier on. I'm going to invite that all of them please come up and they can actually take a seat, because what we want to do is highlight feedback from the first session, which will immediately be followed by the second and then the third. And then, of course, we will wrap. I will once again share that information regarding what's going to happen later here tonight. Can I please ask them to come forward and give us that feedback very briefly, 5 minutes each. Thank you.
Good day, Dumelang. My name is Letlhogonolo Moari. I am from the DPSA, and I'm with my colleague here, Mr. Sithole from the Public Protector. And I will stand on the protocol that was observed by our Public Protector. So I greet you all in the name of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We had quite a fruitful session led by Mr. Hlophe, and a lot was discussed. So, Mr. Hlophe, you forgive me if I miss some of the things, or maybe I misinterpret them. And if anyone maybe hears something that they don't understand, I'm sure Mr. Hlophe is more than willing to actually clarify on that. So let's get into it. We were tasked with the topic on monitoring accountability and transparency in government through parliamentary oversight and good governance. So our team simplified it and said that we can say we are dealing with parliamentary oversight in the process of monitoring accountability and transparency in government. So 3 questions were raised from the session. 1 being, what is parliamentary oversight? 2 being, what is the capacity or the capabilities required in order to have a functional parliamentary oversight? Now, agreed that parliamentary oversight is a structure that oversees or monitors the performance of the executive in terms of their duties relating to their decisions, budgeting, or planning. If you may allow me, I can add that in future, it just won't be about overseeing performance, but also impact. what impact is being put out there, because this impact is what will actually help us in building a capable, ethical state that our MPSA mentioned we should leave for our children and grandchildren to inherit. So on the next question of what capacity is required or the capabilities that is required of our MPs, one is that be a subject matter expert in the field that you're in. Don't take chances. Know your stuff. Know what you're dealing with. Number two being be professional. And being professional not just in a sense of qualifications, but also behavior, good ethical behavior, and also the ability to read and engage on the subject matter. Hence, as DPSA, we are working tirelessly to ensure that we professionalize the public service. Another capability is that ethical leadership. This is the ability to do what is right, even when nobody's looking. The last one is that understanding of related policies, acts, legislations. Our PP mentioned that South Africa has one of the most beautiful policies. Do our MPs understand these acts? Do they understand these policies? And so it should be that they understand. For instance, how many of us understand Chapter 10 of the Constitution? Do we live Chapter 10? Do we understand what Section 195 entails on the principles of public administration? So not just understanding them, but also living them out. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and all protocols observed. I thank you, my co-scriber. I think she has covered almost everything that was discussed during our session, and I'm not sure if she has left me anything to say. But with that said, in addition to what she has said, so after we have identified our core issue in our subject matter, and after identifying the or after defining the core issue as well as the capabilities as well as the capacity required to play in our key issue, we as the team as well saw the need that perhaps after everything, there should be a consequence management to those who oversee the monitoring and transparency of overseeing the government. And yeah, with that said, again, we therefore concluded, because I think she has covered most of the point, to say perhaps we need to professionalize the overseeing function, which means those that oversee main functions in the government, mostly in the executive. Maybe it should be professionalized, since currently being a political figure or holding a position in politics, such as minister going up, it's a position that you get by elections. Perhaps we should follow suits with other countries. I heard somebody talking about China and so forth. Russia, I think, where those positions have now been professionalized, where you actually have to have a certain qualification for you to sit in those positions. I think it will assist our country as well to have people with a certain profession and qualification to sit in those positions, as we know that school is not just there to give us qualification, or a qualification can give you a position. However, what you learn during obtaining qualification is the one that can take you far in terms of how flexible are you? How do you then get to resolve certain situations that you may come across? And I think education and what we learn actually in school can assist us in having a better country and having a better leaders who will have better decisions to make. I thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm standing here representing the breakaway session, which was dealing with strengthening oversight, compliance, good governance in higher education, ombudsman perspective. And this is an ombudsman perspective from KZN. As I dip into it, I think it's safe to say that I'm also standing on the protocols of the public protector. So, colleagues, we had a lot of engagement and a number of issues raised through questions. I'll not definitely deal with questions, but rather to dip into what happened. One of the issues that has been said there is that universities are incubators for future leaders. And therefore, financial stability and sustainability of universities are extremely important, and I cannot emphasize more on that. But also campus police brutality during student protests. Some of the issues addressed by the ombudsman because it relates to health and safety issues. And this is what we normally see as the academic year starts because of academic exclusion and a number of issues that students leaders are dealing with at that point in time. Also, there's also a new phenomenon of sextortion in exchange of academic performance. That is the reality of our time. And it's a very sad thing because these are young girls and boys who are there to go and pursue education. But it's also not the outside that we talk about this sectorism. It happens all over the show, even including in departments. Crime prevention at university campuses and residences to mitigate theft of student assets. It's happening on campus, and it sometimes happens just at the entrance of campus because of security issues. Now, those are issues that we think it's important that they must be addressed. So other university ombudsmen are complainants handling, while UKZN ombudsman is a hybrid model, which allows them to have oversight powers to investigate and review. So it suggests that we are more progressive than reactive in many situations. Amongst the challenges, the following identified that ombudsmen operate through terms of reference and they have no statutory power to enforce recommendations. Resource constraints affect the work of the ombudsman, and it seems like the resource allocation, it's an issue that cuts across because we talk about issues of cost containment in government. Lack of structural autonomy and operational independence, it's a challenge that affects ombudsman to execute its work on a daily basis. But we are also saying from a student perspective, enhancing teaching, learning and research output that leads to student success. Reduction of dropout rates, prevention of reputational harm to universities, promoting institutional integrity, increase awareness and the recognition of importance of ombudsmen's institutions in the higher education sector. We are saying efforts to strengthen oversight, compliance, and good governance in the higher education sector have resulted in the proposal for the establishment of a higher education ombudsman at a national level. So we're looking forward that in the near future, we will find the ombudsman operating in most of the institutions within the country. And that is what we are looking for. That is what we are advocating for through recommendations. I'll end it there. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon. Mr. Modise has covered many of the areas that we are going to discuss in our group. I think as much as we welcome the idea that in the future we will have ombudsmen at most of the universities, I think the one thing they highlighted is that students feel like the cost of living is too high. And unfortunately, I think the one they indicated is that the issues relating to NSFAS, they don't cater for that. And I think we know that that is probably one of the biggest problems that we have. But at least currently, if this takes off, the other issues that are near to the students with regard to the specific universities will be taken care of. I think the only remaining issue is how do we then try and assist them in terms of finances and how they can navigate their studies without having so much pressure on them to consider how expensive it is to sustain their livelihood while they're at school. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished guests that we have here this afternoon. Our breakaway session was about effective private sector governance, ombudsman function in encouraging transparency and accountability, led by Advocate John Sampson, the Ombudsman of Financial Service Providers. Our session mostly focused on some of the operational models or lessons that we can learn from how the Financial Service Ombud operates on a daily basis. I think some of the highlights were that the ombudsman, the very important role of the ombudsman to mediate, to find resolution between parties, but also be an objective mediator, which instills trust and which makes parties to believe that the outcome is fair to both of them. One of the other processes that he highlighted was the funnel process that they follow in how they deal with complaints. So most of the referrals don't come into the funnel. It goes outside of the funnel, and then they have junior adjudicators who deals with the easy matters. Will they investigate, yes or no? And then from there, the more complex matters go to adjudicator process where investigations start. And that only about 15 or 20 cases actually make it to an assistant ombuds where there is a thorough investigation that takes place. Other important aspects that he highlighted was the very restrictive interpretation of their prescription periods, so basically they only investigate very complex cases where they feel that there is a need for investigation. They don't do any parallel investigations because they find it difficult to navigate that process between the different mandates of the different ombudsmen, and also the role of advocacy to address some of the systemic issues that they encounter in their investigations. That was basically what our session was about. Thank you very much.
All right, a very insightful summation of the breakaway sessions that we had. Thank you very much for your inputs. Very, very beautifully captured and comprehensive. Although I did hear that there is a question that, sir, you would like to pose to our scribers. Can we get a microphone right here in the front row, please?
No, besides asking Lerato, I think we should all recognize that these are young people that stood in front of us. and they express themselves confidently, articulately, and for me, it gives me optimism for the future of this country. So I thought I needed to say that. But maybe just a comment for the group on higher education. I think we need, or hence, we need to talk about the core business of higher education, which is the production of knowledge. In most cases in this country, I battle to see a positive relationship between the knowledge produced by universities and the impact in dealing with socioeconomic problems of this country. And I think part of the problem is the point of reference of the academia, which is very little African in perspective. So I'm just putting that on the table for future discussion. Otherwise, well done, guys. We're proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, can I release them? Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the formalities of day one of our program together. What this now means is that we are going to enjoy refreshments outside between now and 6:20 p.m. I will ask that you please come back at 6:20 so that we can begin our third and final program for the day, which is, of course, the dinner and entertainment I promised you earlier on. All right, there is something fun I would love for you to indulge on before I release you all. Can I ask that you please stand up? I need a volunteer, preferably a young person, or young at heart, that also works. Pilani, are you close by any chance? Please come, please come. This is our official goodbye, I'll see you tonight handshake. And we come back. All right, so I need you to pay attention. I hope you can still hear me. All right. So it's a 4-step handshake, and you're going to give the handshake to the person next to you, whether left or right, back, front, whatever makes sense. All right, so here we go. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go 1, lift up, 2, 3, ka. Simple, yes? Okay, we're going to do that again. Lift up, click, step. There you go. There's a lot of commotion happening. It's a lift up. It's a lift up. And then you snap that and the elbow. All right, I do see some success case studies moving around. We will ask those of you who scored an A to come and demonstrate for us during dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure having you this afternoon. Please enjoy the refreshments and we will reconvene here at 6:20. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know me as well.
Yes, I'm still have to come back tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's great. Oh, photograph. Are we too far? We. Okay. Photograph. Go. Yes. Oh yes. Because we're doubting you. So when's the Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. No, no, I'm really glad that I could make it as well. Yeah, because last week I spent the entire week doing inspecting everything. Yeah, of police stations and so on. Amazing things that were yeah, really amazing.
Yeah, just stand there.
No, you really. Oh. Sorry about this. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, it's almost full, so that's why I said. But you do have a picture. I must get your contact.
It's alright. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Won't you say yes? Say yes to me. Say yes. Oh, I need somebody to come out and say yes with your heart. Oh, come on, shout it loud. Say yes, I feel. Ooh, I just need one, two people to just come agree with me. Yeah.
And then E5 and 6. Elephant top. Only 5 and 6. Only 5 and 6. Yeah, it's elephant top. It's the eye box. Yeah. Baba, chuma wine.